down the road, not very long later down the road, a bonus bump up in their new position. They call it market ready. They call it, making it equitable for everybody on the outside and on the inside. What I'm saying is we're doing this with ground equipment, and I love all these people, so it's nothing personal. Sign makers, planner and growth, more planner and growth. Underneath, as part of this, it says there is no financial impact. Within the background history, recommended revisions include updates to the position goal, performance responsibilities, and qualifications. And when items like this come to the board, we get kind of hemmed in because they say, well, it's important that we upgrade these. It's been 10 years. We need to do this. It's not fair. And I want to ask, when was the last time the job description for being a professional educator? When was the last time that job description came to this board?
Dr. Hepburn.
I don't have that information with me, Ms. Rupert. I'm pretty sure one of my team members, while you're discussing, can pull it up, and since the dates are on the job description for professional educator teacher, yes, we'll have that after the discussion.
Okay. That is truly my comment, as well as 4, 5, 6, 7. What is the salary for these positions currently, and any recommended salary amounts? Because it does say no financial.
Dr. Hepburn.
So we can provide that in the follow-up with the salary amounts. There is no financial impact right now. These job descriptions, as many that will come to the board in the future, is more about aligning the duties and responsibilities of today with the actual job title, because many of these jobs haven't been updated, or descriptions of the jobs haven't been updated for 10 plus years. And as we know, there's new technology, new strategies, new mechanisms of actually doing the work. So this is more of changing job descriptions to align with the responsibilities and duties of that specific job. But we do have job descriptions in double letter items that are requiring an increase in compensation.
And I appreciate that, Dr. Hepburn, but I can tell you, as an experienced school board member, it always winds up being a higher one down the road, not very long down the road either. And then I specifically want to talk to H6, where it says middle of the background history on the executive summary. Currently, the planner growth management monitoring position is vacant following the resignation of the previous employee in December 2023. It was, I thought, the board's assumption that if there was a vacant position that's not been filled in a while, we were going to keep it that way. Because this, once again, it says no salary. Of course, if you put someone in there, it's going to have a salary impact because there's no one in there now. I assumed, and correctly, I hope, that when we were talking about 1,000 employees, that we first were going to hit the vacancies, and at least, this one's been 2 years.
Yes, and that's correct, Ms. Rupert. Just to clear the record for the public, and we'll be glad, and I'm pretty sure we copied the board on that letter that we sent to all staff that many of the speakers referenced. It was not about terminating or getting rid of 1,000 employees in the midst of the school year. It was very clear about what our mission is, and for staff out and about in schools and administrative offices to understand the strategies that that central office staff is putting together to identify cost savings, to depend on attrition, and to give them the goal of attrition. But as again, that I told the board in a couple of meetings ago, if we don't get to that number, there would have to be some difficult decisions in the spring. So I just don't want any mischaracterization of that letter. We'll feel free to send that to the board so you actually have it, so you see what was specifically told to the rest of the staff in the district, which is more about strategies and not total loss of people in the middle of the school year.
Right, but my question is, this has been vacant for 2 years.
Yes.
So
Yeah, so we are identifying there. So just to answer the question, we are leveraging vacancies as cost savings, but there are certain positions that are very essential to the operations of a department or the district. And so we will fill those, particularly focus on internal people first to depend on the domino effect of creating a vacancy down the line somewhere else internally. But if we can't find somebody internal and it is an essential position that needs to maintain the operations of that department or that division, we will fill it.
okay. I don't have the stomach for that. If I hear that a position's been empty for 2 years and we're not paying that salary out and we're already having enough trouble as it is, I really would have a major problem supporting these items today. So thank you.
Thank you. All those in favor of item H4, 5, 6, and 7, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, say no.
No.
Motion passes 7-1 with Mrs. Bowman not on the dais. The next item is B1. Can I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Leonardi. Is there any public comment on B1?
No, ma'am.
Okay, board member comment. I'll start since it's my item. I brought item B1, or I have proposed item B1 because I think it's important based on the audits that will come later in the meeting. It was recommended by a number of different entities that we do a policy specifically around parking decal revenues because it's causing some issues in auditing because it's not clear. So my item is to ask the superintendent to draft a policy that has guidelines clarifying what parking decal revenues can be used as, and specifically to be treated as special revenue so that it helps with some of the issues the principals are finding. So I hope that you will all support the item. Dr. Zeman?
Thanks, Chair. I just had a question about the level of policy. Is this something that could be handled through the Business Support Center through standard business practice kind of policy, or you think this is a school board policy?
All of the recommendations were to make an actual school board policy in every one of the things in the audit, so an actual policy.
I'm thinking about this from a school's perspective. You know, they in the management of the books, whether they use the BSC or they use their own staff, follow what the Business Support Center says through these, I think what we call standard business practice documents. They're policy, they're written as in the same format as a policy, but there's, to my knowledge, dozens, if not hundreds of them that tell them where to put money and how to spend money and things like that. Is our intent to write a school board policy for all of those, or how? I'm just worried that a school isn't going to be aware of our policy on this one thing, and I don't know that the other format is already in place, and this format would be duplicative, and whether we want to pull it all together. But in terms of like getting to the right outcome, so that schools always know what to do with all sources of money, do we want to write one policy that provides great clarity to that and is the subject of training, or how do we want to handle this?
So I will defer, I guess, to the auditor, because what I read in the audits was it was specific to parking decal revenues because there is a lot of misconception around it, and it is causing a lot of audit exceptions. So I read it from the auditor recommending it. Also, the outside source that recommended it was very specific to a policy about parking decals. So that's what I wrote the item to. But Mr. Rhodes, if you can address what Dr. Zeman's asking.
Yeah, this particular item, it's looking at how to treat funds that are actually special revenue as opposed to fiduciary revenues. And what happens is that, according to the Red Book, there's a an option for boards to adopt a policy to clarify how these special revenues would be treated as opposed to being used, for lack of a better term, on an ad hoc basis at the school level. So standard practice bulletins can become policy if the board so chooses, which is in this particular case, would just be looking at how special revenues would be used, otherwise identified as restricted funds. So that means that the board would have the power and control over what those type of funds could be used for, and then that would ultimately, as this item identifies, it would mitigate future audit findings because there would be a policy that's guiding what it is that those funds would be used for, as opposed to a standard practice bulletin, which is really just a process.
Help me understand the options then here, Chair. If, in fact, we write a school board policy about this amount of money so that it follows our will for how people at the school spend the money, what are our options about them spending this special revenue? What are the options besides what's drafted? This item doesn't tell us how we're going to write the policy. It just says we're going to do it. I get you. But what are the options for spending? What options are we allowed to give school leaders for spending these funds?
So the examples given based on some past trending showed that the purchase of parking decals, the funds that were being used as fiduciary funds when in fact they should have been used as special funds. And what ultimately happens is that, this is the long answer to your question, is that fiduciary funds get over-reported, special funds aren't properly reported. So with that in mind, the idea of repair to various, not just golf carts, which are referenced in here, repair to various operational components throughout the district. These funds could be used for that, and it would be by identifying what these restricted items are and what the board decides is no longer going to be restricted for the use of those funds. So that's open currently, and the policy would help to defend and define that with regard to how the guidance is provided by the Red Book. And the Red Book is the state Department of Education's instructions for how these funds are to be collected, handled, and ultimately expended. So that would be the guidance for what would answer your question regarding to what specifically could be included.
But the Red Book gives us options beyond the current practice at some schools, which is they put it in their ad hoc account to spend with very few restrictions.
With the board's approval, it gives the option for those funds to be used in the ways that are currently being identified as an audit exception.
Terrific. And Chair, when we bring this policy back, is the intent to give us all the options that are that comply with Red Book, and then we have a discussion to decide how we'd like these funds spent?
Yeah, it's just really directing the superintendent to obviously work with the auditor to bring back a policy, and then it'll go through the process just like every other policy.
Yeah, I think that's great. I think I'm resistant to have another policy, right? I mean, we have 1,700 pages of policies. No human being can keep track of them. You know, when somebody asks a staff member, hey, Dr. Wanza, is this complicit with policy? She knows it better than anybody. But, I mean, 1,700 policies that change all the time. It becomes a Frankenstein in every local government organization there is. So I'm always hesitant to do another policy. But if the Red Book says we have the authority to make this decision, then I understand why we might do that. I'm just glad that there'll be some options, because I'm just going to tell you right now, I'm in favor of school leaders having a lot of flexibility about how to use the money that they raise through parking and other sources like that. And so we'll see what options we have when it comes forward. Thank you, Chair.
But before we move forward, Chair, can I, Dr. Wanza, you good? Okay, I thought you had something to share. No problem.
She heard her name and she was.
Oh, okay, all right.
All those in favor of item B1 say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously without, let's see.
Whoops.
Oh.
And Nora.
Okay. 8-0 minus Mr. Severa on the dais. Next item up is item E1. Can I have a motion in a second? Second. Been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Rupert. Any public comment on?
No, ma'am.
Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, let me bring it. Thank you, Madam Chair. So for slide 2 of the Office of Safe Schools quarterly report, we're currently, this is for year 25-26, we're currently in November, and I do notice that the number of schools inspected so far appears to be 6, and the number of inspected schools with no school safety requirement deficiency is 3, which is out of the 6 is 50%. So I am just wondering, because when you look at the data from the prior year, it appears that the district inspected 95 schools. Is that correct?
Yeah, just as a note, though, we don't do these inspections. It's the office, the state does these inspections.
Oh, the state, okay, got it. So my other question is, I did notice that charter school compliance seems to not be as compliant as we are as far as district schools. So what is the obligation a charter school has to improve, and what if any sort of monitoring do we have of the charter schools to comply or to increase their compliance?
Dr. Hepburn.
That's a great question. The charter schools have their own individual boards, so hopefully they're doing similar reports as far as their staff, their school staff, or charter school system staff to their boards. Our SSCP team and security teams do a great job in supporting them, getting them all the information, all the strategies, all the best practices, but it's ultimately up to them to implement. We talked about the conversation with the H2 items earlier. One of the things that they do look for is low-hanging fruit is locked doors. And so some of the people on H2 today were because of state requirements around locking doors for safety and security reasons to make sure everybody can egress that classroom in the midst of an emergency or active shooter situation. So there's some new things that they look for, but ultimately, to answer your question, for charter schools, they have their own individual boards, but to report to, and I don't know what kind of actions they take, but for us, we provide a large amount of support to clarify understanding of requirements and best practices to implement.
Okay. So, Dr. Hepburn, the areas of improvement seems like they're quite easy to fix, right? Like ID cards, you mentioned locked doors, safer space signs, and so on. And I see the actions taken here, but how are we ensuring that moving forward that all of the schools have continual monitoring and training to make sure these very basic things? I mean, if you think of some of the unfortunate school shooting, one of them was because of an unlocked door. So it seems simple, but it is, when there's a consequence, it's very serious. So how can we make sure schools are taking this very seriously? Because, you leave one door unlocked, that seems like a minor mistake, but that could be very consequential to many, many students.
Great question. The area security managers are broken up for this purpose, started in the summer when we transitioned to have an arm of the ACMs to do these type of inspections at schools to give principal real-time feedback so they correct the mistakes before the state safety team comes out and continue to iterate their processes if they have gaps. The second part is accountability. And this is why we're taking this stuff serious. If a teacher leaves a door open, or an administrator leaves a door open, or anybody leaves it, or if somebody's leaving the gate open at a school, people have to be held accountable in order to change their behavior. We are not seeing changes in behavior when there's not a lot of accountability for these issues. And like you say, these is low-hanging fruit, but if an intruder enters our school and wants to do harm to students or staff, the simple thing of keeping that door locked could save lives, and that's how serious it is, accountability.
Okay, so just really quick, like the security team at the schools, right? is there a process where they do very basic things, where they just randomly check doors throughout the building, that kind of a thing, and report that back to our security?
Yes, so school staff and security at schools have their protocols of going through hallways, checking doors, making sure admin teams know and aware so they can work with those individuals that are constantly having unlocked doors or keeping their doors.
Okay, so checking doors is a
ajar.
priority,
Yes,
correct?
absolutely.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mrs. Alada.
Thank you. And I would say that this board did something where we hold the superintendent's evaluation accountable for this evaluation. So kudos to this board for holding the superintendent accountable. So my question first is to the area security managers. Are they randomly going around the district to do checks at different schools, not just the same schools over and over?
Dr. Hepburn.
That is correct, they are.
Okay, great, thank you. And my next question is, through the happenings, I guess happenings is a email that the schools receive. Is the board receiving the happenings?
I am not sure on that.
Yeah, I get.
Okay, yes. I need confirmation from the other board members as a yes. Go ahead, Mr. Sullivan.
Yes, board members are on that email list. So anytime each of the divisions have our own happenings, including safety and security. So when they put out information, it also goes to the board.
Okay, so each department is putting out their own
Each division, yes.
division.
We all
Okay.
have our own happenings.
And what's the safety and security happenings called?
Safety
all-
and security happenings.
Yeah.
I'll clarify on, we do happenings, but in addition, we also send out updates on our progress. Michael Gregory, Chief Safety and Security Officer, put out updates in the hot topics, and that's what goes out. I believe the principals.
Every Monday morning to all school principals and their admin teams.
Okay, so the board doesn't receive the hot topics?
No.
Okay. Got it. Well, so for sure, the charter schools need to do better. And we have a charter school coordinator that's holding them accountable. You know, and ultimately, this board is accountable for their safety and security at their school, even though they have their own board and they're making their own decisions on safety and security. So we have to just make sure that our charter school person is really holding them accountable. And if there is, Dr. Hepburn, anything that is not being done correctly or needs to be brought to our attention, please do that, because then this board has the authority to shut the charter school down if they're not in compliance with safety and security.
Will do.
Thank you.
Thank you. All those in favor of item E1, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Motion passes unanimously, 8-0, without Mrs. Leonardi on the dais. Next item is F2. Can I have a motion in a second?
So moved.
It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Rupert. Any public comment on F2?
Yes, Dr. Lynch Walsh and Felicia Schumann.
Still good morning. So F2 changed. You got a revised version, and I just want to point out, in case you haven't read both, that there's something missing from the second one that is not offered as an explanation in the executive summary. Back on July 29th, number 14, you approved the Broward Estates funding, and the item told you that these needs include but are not limited to the installation of permanent covered walkways, replacement of deficient playground equipment, safety enhancements, improved restroom access, and necessary roof repairs. Now, on the original budget report, in which they apparently bury budget amendments, there's a capital budget amendment number 1 to re-roof those buildings being utilized for the Early Learning Center. I don't even know what buildings those are, but now it says re-roof. And you should know from the SMART bond that repairs and re-roofing do not cost the same. So then in the revised budget report, there is no budget amendment, but they don't say that it was there and now it's not there. So question, what are you now approving? Are you approving just the revised? Are you approving a budget amendment? What's the explanation for it not being there? What is the scope? necessary roof repairs to the buildings that the Early Learning Center in Broward Estates is in, or are they trying to re-roof buildings? Because when you re-roof buildings, now the state may not let you remove them, and that could be a problem if in the long term you decide to replace Broward Estates. So this is about transparency and not misleading the school board, and for God's sakes, knowing what you're voting for, which staff is making very difficult for you to do. They could have explained this, but chose not to, so I'm interested in an explanation. Thank you.
Okay, next public speaker.
Good morning, Dr. Hepburn, Madam Chair, and esteemed board leaders. My name is Felicia Schumann from Coconut Creek, by the way. Over the course of 3 consecutive budget reports, July, August, and September of 2025, a clear and troubling pattern has emerged. The district is not operating on a balanced budget. It is operating on borrowed time. In July, we were already facing a $249 million deficit in the general fund. Referendum dollars were depleted, and internal service funds were in the red. Charter pass-throughs were embedded in totals, inflating both revenue and expenditures. Forecasts were overly optimistic, and reconciliation tables were missing. These weren't just oversights. There were structural blind spots. By August, the general fund appeared to show a surplus, but it was built on $514 million loan, not true revenue. The referendum fund was $45 million inefficient, food service lost $19 million, health insurance dropped $40 million, and capital projects were $510 million overdrawn with a negative ending balance. Then came September. The same surplus was now tied to $250 million TAN loan. Contradicting early reports, the referendum fund showed a $69 million deficient with no beginning balance listed. Food service remained in loss. Grants were overspending with only 2% of revenue collected, and health insurance continued to drag internal funds into a $37 million deficient. Capital projects remained $500 million overdrawn with zero reserves. These are not isolated errors. These are systematic failures in forecasting, reporting, and stewardships. I respectfully recommend the following immediate actions. Freeze non-essential spending in all deficient funds. Audit and reconcile the TAN loan. Confirm the true amount and publish a repayment timeline. Revise revenue forecast and halt spending in funds with underperforming collections. Disaggregate charter pass-throughs to reveal the true operational budget. Audit capital project and pause new commitments until funding is secured. Launch a public dashboard for currently fund tracking and community oversight. The numbers are loud, the contradictions are clear, and the public deserves clarity, not confusion. Thank you.
Thank you. Board member discussion. Dr. Zeman's not here, so Dr. Holness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So a member of the audience made comments regarding Broward Estates and re-roofing, and that as opposed to specific needed buildings to be re-roofed, it appears that the re-roofing is general. So Dr. Hepburn, can you speak specific to that, whether or not we are re-roofing buildings that may either expire in terms of FCE or if they're necessary to re-roof everything, as opposed to specific buildings that we will intend to use in the future?
Dr. Hepburn.
I'm turn it over to Ms. Paul in a minute, but I know this is DFP work with buildings that are occupied by students and staff, but I'll have her provide some additional details. I'm sorry I caught you with food in your mouth. Go ahead.
Good morning, Board Chair, Superintendent, and board members. Yes, we allocated money for the re-roofing of the buildings that were occupied by students. So that is the plan, and I can do a follow-up to give you more specific information.
Okay, so for the record, the re-roofing will only be done for buildings that students occupy. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and another question, Ms. Paul, I know that the board had supported the smart bond allocation to be spent within that ecosystem. For the re-roofing, did we determine as yet how those funds are divided across the 3 schools?
Yes, we did, and I believe we provided you
Okay,
scope on
so
that.
for the re-roofing, what is the cost to do that as far as Broward Estates?
I believe it was somewhere in the range of $800,000, but I can give you an exact number to follow
Okay.
up on that.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Hepburn. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Dr. Zeman.
I'm worried about a little bit more of a system issue than
Your mic, Dr. Zeman. Mike.
Thank you. I want to talk this morning a little bit about kind of a perception and a system issue with these reports. On page 1 and the first several pages of this, we talk about a fund balance. I'm not sure that everybody in the public knows that fund balance actually happens on one day a year. It's the last day of the year. You look at all your books, how much cash do you have versus how much did you get? The board does know, and I think the community's been told many times, if you fall below 3%, you're in the hurt locker. You just don't want to go there, right? In our reports, we continue to use fund balance, though, and on page 1, it's 8.7% or 9.7%. And we have to just either educate the public that is like a snapshot in time of a fund balance compared to revenue, or we have to come up with kind of a little different way to explain it. That is really important in the middle of a year, which we have not settled with our collective bargaining units, when we're in relatively budget tight times. I don't think we want to communicate to the public that we have 9.7% of our cash sitting around that we haven't allocated. So I'm just going to make a recommendation to the superintendent that we avoid that, or we make it very clear in all our reports that the fund balance we're reporting month to month is a snapshot. I'd recommend using a different word altogether. It also would be valuable to the board every month to get a projected end-of-year fund balance, because we care deeply about that number. Like, you can put 15 pages together. What Ms. Aladoff wants to know is, are they coming to shut down our schools, right? And so if we can do those two things, Mr. Superintendent, I think we'd communicate better for the audience. Is that all right?
Dr. Hepburn.
Noted.
Second thing is, are we out of capital money? The last time we got briefed, there was $50 million of unallocated capital, but when I look at these figures, it looks to me like we have spent all of our unallocated capital. And again, that's a really big number for you guys, Mr. Cervera, to know about. Because if someone comes and screams about a cafeteria being insufficient, or a library not having the right shelves, or a front door to a building or a front area where we welcome people in the schools in one of your districts, we should always know what the unallocated capital balance is. Because you could come here the next meeting and say, I'd like to allocate X dollars to fix these things. What is the unallocated capital balance right now?
Dr. Hepburn.
Mr. Shim.
Omar Shim, Director of Capital Budget. Yeah, we sent a memo to the board, and it has about $50 million as the current capital balance.
And that's still, it's the current capital balance now?
That's correct.
Terrific. Last systems point, we borrowed $250 million. And the way that accountants work, that counts as revenue until you pay it off. And so our books look really good right now because we've borrowed a lot of money. We're going to pay that back, usually right after the Christmas break, after the holiday break. But I don't want anyone to be confused that is out there thinking they have some allocation of funds that they would like to make toward their favorite budget item, that there's that much money left over. It's a normal thing for a district to do, to borrow that much money. We do pay interest on it. We also earn money on Mr. Shim's money. We're earning interest on that, and in general, we earn more than we have to pay. But there's a lot of information in these reports, and I just don't want anyone to take away from the fact that we have a big fund balance, because our projected end of the year fund balance is dangerously low. And we have to make sure that, we kind of keep this board informed of the numbers that matter to us. And I think that's unallocated capital reserve. I think it's end of year fund balance. and then any shocks to the system that we usually catch in the footnotes to these reports. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. All those in favor of item F2 say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously. The next item is item J1. Can I have a motion in a second?
So moved.
It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Rupert. Any public comment?
No, ma'am.
Dr. Zeman.
Madam Chair, I would like us to discuss an idea about these reciprocal use agreements. There are 31 municipalities in Broward County. We keep getting these one at a time, and we have to, right? There are agreements between a municipality and the Broward County School Board. But I'm curious how many we have, what cities have not entered into a reciprocal use agreement, and how are we denying the people who live in Broward County access to our facilities, and can we reach out after we get that report and talk to those cities and find out if, in fact, we can get a systematic solution. So I wanted to open that up for a discussion and then see where it goes.
Okay. Any board members want to discuss that? Mrs. Rupert?
Yes, this is for the superintendent. Would that, what would that entail? Extra work? Will it actually facilitate better understanding? You know, what do you think?
I don't think there's a lot of extra work with the task in talking to our municipal partners who don't have an agreement with us right now and see if there's a need for it, if they desire it. Maybe they haven't reached out because of a lack of desire. And take it from there and see what some next steps we can implement. If we can do something where it's more comprehensive than, piece by piece,
Right.
I'm all for that. I think it makes the process way more efficient and the use of shared use of facilities better if there's a desire by the municipality. But I know we have the city managers meet monthly. We can certainly start with that group as they represent all the municipalities in the county.
That's great. Thank you so much.
Thanks. And Chair, I'm sorry, is there more discussion? I didn't mean to jump in. I didn't see anyone jump up and out of their seat. I just feel like this is a potential missed opportunity. I know in the city of Fort Lauderdale, we have a very comprehensive agreement, very specific to each school, facilities and all that have been worked out years in the past. But the residents who live there get tremendous value out of that. And we keep getting one of these at a time. I feel like oftentimes we go to municipalities to tell them about bad news, like, hey, we're thinking about repurposing your school. Can you come talk to us about it or something like that? Or about whether or not their SROs are doing what we need to do and the like. I would love to reach out a hand. So I guess what I'd prefer to do is just ask the superintendent if he can bring us that information at a school board meeting, or excuse me, at any form of meeting that he thinks is appropriate in the January timeframe.
Ms. Nakabuso, can we make that happen? You heard the question?
Oops. Okay. Good morning, board members. Chris Akabusu, Director of Facility Plan and Real Estate. Can you repeat the question, please?
Or the statement, rather, and it's just simply stated to come back at a future board meeting, possibly January, about the desire after meeting with the municipality leaders, mainly probably city managers, to find out if a comprehensive reciprocal agreement would be desired for reciprocal use of facilities.
The intent is really two steps. One is, can we just get the data? Like, how many cities have these, how many don't? You know, what percentage of Broward County is not covered and therefore don't have access to our awesome facilities in an outreach program and the like? And then maybe to see who would be interested in learning more about that from the municipalities that are not covered. Again, I feel like we have these amazing assets, 239 of them. And if they're in a city that just isn't aware of the opportunity, I think that we should make it available to them and figure out if we can find a good agreement with them.
Yeah, so just clarification. We have 22 reciprocal use agreements, 21 with municipalities, 1 with the Broward Sheriff's Office.
Yes.
And the reason you're getting them bit at a time, because they have staggered dates when they started, and they are for 5 years at a time. So totally agree with the superintendent and the desire of the board, if you want to have a comprehensive, to reach out to the cities if they're interested, and then we can do it. We just had a city who just had a new one for the first time.
Yep.
So as we go to that meeting, if they desire, we can do it and take it from there.
Thank you, Chair. That's all I need.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor of item J1 say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously, 9-0. Our last consent agenda item is O2. Can I have a motion in a second?
So move.
It's been moved by Mrs. Leonardi, seconded by Ms. Thompson. Is there any public comment?
No, ma'am.
Okay, Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry. Okay, so for item O2, Dr. Hepburn, the information in item O2, which is a report, this information will drive what kind of action?
Dr. Hepburn?
I'll turn it over to Ms. Paul.
Give me just a minute to locate it.
About the certified firms, and pretty much just make sure those firms are meeting our expectations and have the certification types to do it.
Okay, so
Yeah, that is correct.
okay, all right. So I did notice that in the report, it shows breakdown of data as it pertains to different groups. I also did notice that it includes, well, let me rephrase. I would love to see data on women in general. I did notice that it provided white women-owned business enterprise. I would also like to see data in the future, and I believe this report comes out again in 2028, Dr. Hepburn?
I am checking.
I would.
No, this is quarterly, correct?
Quarterly, right?
Quarterly report.
Okay, so for the data, are we able to get information on the women in general, as far as certified types of firms? And then we could also have a breakdown of Hispanic women, blacks, white women. Is that possible?
Yes, the data is captured, so you want a better table displaying that information?
Correct, because I still don't have any idea in terms of all women in general, as far as the breakdown of the data and, you know, the kind of whether or not there's any sort of concern in terms of women in general, because it only provides a subset of women.
No, understood.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. That's it.
Thank you. All those in favor of item O2 say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. Motion passes unanimously with everyone on the dais. This will be the part of the meeting where we will consider all of the open agenda items. The following open items have been identified for discussion: double H1, double H2, double D1, double F1, double J1, double J9, double J10, 001, 2, 5, 8, 10, 11, 12, and 16, double P1, and double P2. At this time, may the chair have a motion and a second to pass the open items that have not been pulled for discussion, which includes items double B1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, double D2 and 3, double E1, double F2, double G1, double J2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 11, 12, and 13, double L1, double O3, 4, 6, 7, 9, 13, 15, 16, double R1, double S1, and double S2.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Leonardi. Hold on. Are there any? I'm getting there. Are there any registered speakers on the items not pulled for discussion?
Yes, there is. We're going to start with Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh for RR1.
Okay.
And just to be clear, DD1 has a time certain, so that has been pulled?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It's why I called it.
You read it as not pulled.
Right, it's hard to differentiate sometimes. All right, RR1 is the TSSC and TSSC Annex, which just a few years ago, the then Executive Director of Capital Programs was hell-bent on rehabbing and moving the Rock Island staff into. I sent you an email with that history lesson because, of course, right now, you have the problem where the current, not executive director, not facilities chief, but operations chief, or someone, brought you a lease, which you then voted down for Handy, because it's the same staff from Rock Island, and where do they go? I appreciate that you voted it down, but you never asked you didn't actually do anything that would get you to answering the question, how did that lease get in front of you in the first place? So I'm about halfway through my email to the Inspector General so that they can then determine who put that lease in front of you, because nobody seemed to want to touch it. It was like a game of hot potato last week. We know that there are people who are from Moss Construction who sit on the Handy board.
Please stay on item RR1.
Okay, I'll get back there. So TSSC, just so you're also aware, the Facilities Task Force at one point was discussing taking TSSC and getting into a partnership where it become the new KCW, but of course that did not make it to the board other than us reporting it. So now you've surplused it. Luckily, the two are together. That's how they should be, and we'll see what happens next. But I just wanted to let you know, don't worry about the Handy lease debacle. I'll be reporting it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other?
Yes, we have Felicia Schumann for GG1, JJ2, JJ4, JJ5, and JJ8. She does have 9 minutes remaining based on her comments on the other one, so I'm just going to put 9 minutes on the clock.
Okay. Ms. Schumann.
Good afternoon, Dr. Hepburn, Madam Chair. She left, and esteemed board leaders. I might not be able to get to all my items, but I want to get through them one by one, the ones that I do have remaining left. Okay, for GG1, okay, my name is Felicia Schumann from Coconut Creek. Let me say that too. For item GG1, settlement agreement and mutual release, Prodesco Property Investment, LLC, I support recovering the $108,000, but this agreement exposes a deeper failure. 8 extensions were granted, fees collected, and still no sale. That's not fiscal stewardship. That's delay and risk. Public funds set in escrow while the district had to sue for what should have been protected from the start. The board must demand stronger contract terms, automatic triggers, and real-time oversight. Settlement should never be our cleanup strategy. I urge you to approve this item, but also to investigate how this deals with managed and what safeguards are now in place. Our community deserves transparency, accountability, and better. Thank you. So what other item?
We have you down for GG1, JJ2, JJ4, JJ5, and JJ8.
I want to skip the JJ8 because JJ8 kind of sums up all the other JJs. Okay. This amendment, JJ8, requests $17,184 to pay, I don't know how to pronounce this company, but I'm going to try, Narco Architectural Group, for 112 days of construction oversight. They provided after their contract ended. Why? Because the contractor failed. Poor supervision, bad coordination, and delays that led to termination for cause. NARCO kept showing up unpaid, and now we're patching the gaps. But this isn't an isolated case. It's part of a growing pattern. JJ2, JJ4, JJ5, 6, 7, and 8 all show the same issues. Design omissions, timeline mismatches, reactive amendments, and consultant working unpaid until the board steps in. And every one of these falls under the same department, faculties in construction management, led by Ms. Wanda F. Paul. This department is responsible for contract alignment, construction oversight, and vendor accountability. Yet we're seeing the same mistakes repeated across campuses. I urge the board to approve this payment, but also to demand a full review of how faculties is managing their projects. Patterns like this don't fix themselves. Thank you. So what other one I have remaining?
That concludes these registers, items you use register for.
What other JJs?
JJ 2, 4, 5, and 8.
Okay, let's talk about JJ5. This amendment requests $9,250 to compensate Song and Associates, Inc. for structural design revision at Cooper City High School. The issue arose during accessibility upgrades to auditorium, where demolition revealed hidden steel beams that blocked the planned chairlift. The consultant revised the design to remove the obstruction and install a new beam, work that's already been completed. While I support paying for services rendered in good faith, this incident highlights a recurring theme. Design conflicts discovered mid-construction. Why weren't these structural conditions identified early? Are we conducting through site assessments before the finalizing plans? This isn't just about a lift. It's about ensuring our schools meet accessibility standards without costly surprises. I urge the board to approve this amendment, but also to review how consultants are assessing assistant conditions and how these oversights are tracked. Every missed beam, every charge order chips away at trust in our budgets. Let's make sure our planning is as strong as our steel. Okay, I want to talk about Tedler with JJ2. Discharge order requests 1,244 additional days for a project that was originally scheduled for 400. That's more than a triple the timeline. While I understand the delays are deemed beyond the contractor's control, including fire alarm certification issues and failed inspections, this raises serious questions about project oversights. How did we get to nearly 6 years of construction for a single elementary school? Where was the accountability during permitting, inspection, and scheduling? Our schools deserve safe, modern learning environments, not indefinite delays. I urge the board to approve this time extensions only with a full review of how these setbacks occurred and what safeguards are now in place to prevent this from happening ever again. Okay, I want to talk about which one is left on the agenda that I haven't spoken about, because it's quite a few.
JJ5 and 8.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, just JJ5.
Okay, JJ5. Okay, I'll pass on that one. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public speakers? Okay. All in favor of approving the open agenda items that have not been pulled for discussion, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. All of those motions carry. At this time, may the chair have a motion and a second on item HH1? It's been moved and seconded. It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Ms. Thompson. Any registered speakers on item HH1?
Madam Chair, point of order. If I could ask your request to speak on PP1, I thought that that's what you were asking for. I have to be at a faculty meeting this afternoon. I would appreciate if you would give me my 3 minutes. It's up to you.
Just trying to explain that to you. I can't, I would have to pull it and then postpone it for us to come back to it. So I'm happy to do it after the item at 1 o'clock, but I can't do it right now.
So right after?
Right after the
Thank you,
item
Madam
one,
Chair.
yes.
Appreciate it.
Okay. Any public speakers on HH1?
No, ma'am.
Mrs. Rupert? HH1.
Unlike the other items that I was asking about when it came to finances and job descriptions, I want to say this is a positive thing, HH1, HH2. These two items, unlike the other ones, have a designated amount and the budget to pay for these changes. So that's what I expect to see when an item has come. So kudos for these two. Let's try to work harder on the other ones. So thank you.
Thank you. And I pulled the item because, as I said when it came before, these are very large increases to these jobs. And although I understand that the job now has more things, there's more to the job description that happens to teachers and TSPs and everyone in a school all the time, and we don't give them a $10,000 increase in pay. So it has nothing to do with who is in the position. I've been very clear that we keep saying we are in a budget crisis. This is not the time to be making these increases, so I am going to be voting no on both HH1 and HH2.
Chair, as an alternative, would you consider laying this on the table and asking the staff to come back and present a
We
staffing
did that
analysis?
already. This came to us once before.
And have we received the compensation analysis that suggests that the market salary is $10,000 more?
It's on a, yes, it's on a follow-up, sorry, that came to us. So, Mrs. Rupert?
What I wanted to say about these two items is that it's in the budget already for their department. As compared to the other ones that came forward, there wasn't designated funding for that in the department at that time. So that's why I'll be supporting these two. Thanks.
Thanks. Okay. Any other comments? All those in favor? Oh, go ahead.
Just said, I don't know which one this is. Shoot. I think it's the second.
We're just on HH1. We didn't pull them together.
Okay, never mind.
Okay. All those in favor of item HH1 say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No.
No.
Okay, so let's try that again. Roll call.
Roll call on HH1. School board members Al-Hadaf,
Yes.
Bowman,
Yes.
Severo, Hickson,
No.
Holness,
No.
Leonardi,
No.
Rupert, Thompson, Zeman, fails 6-3.
Okay, next item is HH2. Can I have a motion and a second? It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Leonardi. Any public comment on HH2?
No, ma'am.
Okay, public, board member comment, Mrs. Rupert.
I spoke HH1, HH2 already.
And I have the same comments on HH2. So all those in favor of HH2 say aye. All those opposed say no.
No.
No. Let's do a roll call. Roll call.
Roll call on items HH2. Bowman,
Yes.
Severa, Hickson, Holness,
No.
Leonardi,
No.
Rupert,
Yes.
Thompson, Zeman, Al-Hadaf.
Yes.
Motion fail. Item fails 6-3.
Madam Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
Can Dr. Hepburn now let us know what the consequences of the board's actions voting no on these two last items?
Dr. Hepburn?
Go ahead, Ms. Johnson. Notice members of your team.
Good morning, board members. I will turn that question over to Joseph. He's over that department and working with comp.
Good afternoon, Joe Zappatello, Director, Workers' Compensation. Very disappointed to hear the vote. You know, we take it very seriously, especially in the finance department, bringing any double letter items here, and we wouldn't bring it if it wasn't critical for operations. We brought this workers' comp program in-house over 12 years ago. We made a lot of changes. These job descriptions were developed by consultants based on what we thought the program would look like. We made a lot of changes, mostly single letter items. These two have been the glaring, inaccurate, undercompensated positions for the betterment of 5 years. We have very dedicated, committed staff in those positions who've been patiently waiting for this. I brought this to prior chiefs, and again, the timing is bad. I understand that. However, these positions are, we do have incumbents in them. My concern is, you know, how that's taken, and then if any positions do become vacant, being able to attract and hire qualified staff at their current levels.
Thank you. Mrs. Salazar.
Yep, no, it's just, I think sometimes, I understand we want to save money, but we end up losing more money in the back end because of the decisions that we're making.
Okay. Anybody else? Mrs. Bowman.
I'd like to echo Ms. Aladef's comment. I think, you know, we're not looking at a ton of money here. It's not going to solve the problem, and we have to have competent people in certain positions. So I think we should keep that in mind, being penny wise and pound foolish, and I think that might be the case in this instance.
Chair, if we're going to editorialize here, the staff is welcome to bring this back. The staff did not compel a majority of the board to justify this position at this compensation. That's the fact. And so make a better case, come and explain to us in a different way, and bring the item back. That's how this works. And so I look forward to seeing it if there is a compelling case. The majority of the board didn't feel like there was.
Thank you, Madam
Keep in
Chair.
mind, we already voted on the item, so I don't want to prolong the, and we have an attorney-client at 12:30, so.
I understand, Madam Chair, but 4 people spoke on it, and it's my turn, and the comment is being made on my term. So just want to have the same opportunity as everybody else. Okay, so I echo Dr. Zeman that, you know, if there is more compelling argument to support this, then bring it back with a revision. I think the concern was the cost, the salary increase as opposed to what we are providing for other employees. I think it may be sending the wrong message to others if we're going to change a job description, increase the salary by 10,000 or more when other groups are seeking to get increase in salary that are not as significant. So I suggest bringing it back with some revision, and we'll revisit it.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Oh, yes.
I just wanted to say that we've presented before. We pulled this from last meeting in order to respond and beef up the executive summary. We've worked with compensation on this. The results of this program since we brought it in-house have been phenomenal. I've recently shared that with some board members, and I can only, again, I think this is where we've seen over the patience of going on 5 years, these people have been doing these. And again, it's not about the people, it's about the positions. But we've seen so many of these go through, and the frustration. And again, as I said, the timing is less than optimal. But this is, there is, there's always been a very positive return on investment of the staffing and the success of bringing it in-house at the will of the board 12 years ago. I don't know what else we can do to, and if we've got to show results more, or I know I've shared them with Dr. Holness on his visit, be happy to do so.
Thank you. Okay, thanks so much. The next item is double F1. Can I have a motion and a second on double F1?
Second.
Been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Rupert. Any public comment on double F1?
No, ma'am.
Okay, I like to always share. Thank you so much to the grants department and the different schools. We had a big grant from the national NAS, so for $629,000, a big grant there. So the total this month is $1,137,526. So thank you again to everyone who has participated in writing grants and receiving grants. That's great money that keeps coming back to the district to help our students. So thank you so much. All those in favor of item double F1 say aye. Aye. Any opposed say no. Motion passes unanimously. And I think we're getting very close to our 4 minutes. Okay. Next item is double J1. Can I have a motion in a second? It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Leonardi. Any public comment on double J1?
Yes, we have Felicia Schumann, who has 1 minute and 30 seconds left in her time.
Okay, great. Mr. Severa?
Thank you, Chair. In looking at this and taking into consideration change order number 1, this is a substantial amount of time in delays that have been attributed to this project at this elementary school. I'd like some clarification. What exactly is going on that's justifying these additional 4-year delays now, other than the fire alarm permitting issues? And I just want confirmation for the benefit of this board and the public that we're not incurring any additional financial detriment by this almost 4-year second delay after change order 1 was previously approved. Thank you.
Dr. Hepburn.
Go ahead, ask Ms. Paul, and just if I miss Paul, let's see, Mr. McIntyre and Ms. Carpenter back there.
I think you, Mr. Severa has hit it on the nail. Hit the head on the nail. I think that's right. Nail on the head, whichever. Yes, it is a substantial cost involved when you have a program that started in 2020, and we're just now trying to get to substantial completion September of 2026. So yes, we do incur costs associated with the length of time it takes us to close out projects.
Thank you for that, but I guess the first part of my question is, what is the basis of all these? What is going on? Why is this taking so long?
So
it can't be that the good folks working in the Broward County permitting offices for these fire alarms are really taking 4 years. If they are, perhaps that's a conversation for another day, but I think the public needs some clarification as why this specific, and perhaps the students and parents at this elementary school deserve answers on what is going on with this project in Deerfield Beach. Thank you.
So the issue in this particular case is fire devices and so forth. But if you look at the length of the project, this is indicative of the SMART program, where there were significant delays at the very beginning of these projects. And so this is a constant cadence of trying to close out these projects that have sat for a number of years. Now, I'm not saying that work is not being done, but it's not being done at the rate that I'm accustomed to. And so this is the last part of the last iteration of trying to close out these old projects. And so, again, you know, if you go out for a bond, you got to hit it at the very beginning, you know, and that didn't happen throughout this SMART program, as I've said repeatedly. So our intent is to close out these old projects, and we have worked very diligently in identifying issues that were barriers to closing them out. And so whether it's a fire device that was where the campus wasn't walked initially, and we're finding this as we were trying to complete these projects. There are a myriad of issues associated throughout the SMART program. So I'm not going to sugarcoat it. It's just what is. And so this is one of these old projects that we are getting close to closing out. And these are the last part of the last iteration of things that need to happen in order to close it out.
Mr. Severa?
Nothing further from me.
Thank you. Mrs. Rupert?
Thank you. JJ1? Yes? Tedder? Okay. The current projected substantial completion is April 30th, 2026. Is that still, okay, hold on one sec before you answer that. Current final completion date is 9/27/26. Have they been pushed any further into the future, or are these the two numbers that we're working with right now?
So those are the numbers we're working with right now, and one of the things and changes that I've made is that our master schedule is being managed by Atkins now, and that's so the intent is not to have these dates continue to slip.
I appreciate that. A disproportionate number of District 7 schools, as you well know, are in that list, and I appreciate the extra help. And we only pulled this, we didn't do 9 and 10? Okay. It's disappointing. I know it's a compilation of delays over the years, but I don't like to see issues with fire alarms certification. That should be something that is really tight. And I am looking forward to getting past this with all of our facilities, but it's, you know, every department, every process of the SMART bond and into ADFP is that there is no wiggle room anymore. It's got to be done, it's got to be clear, and it has to be actually complete before or at the date. I would take before. So looking forward to seeing that, because Tedder's a sweet gem, and the community has been so lovely to continue with us and support that school. Our teachers, our staff, the community members, they've all been terrific to be very, very structured, and truly they live the motto, Tedder Bears are better bears. So we're hoping for that. Thank you.
Thank you. All those in favor of item JJ1 say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. Motion passes unanimously. Board members, I am advised that the General Counsel would like to request an attorney-client session. At this time, I am requesting all persons not scheduled to attend the attorney-client session, please exit the room at this time. Ms. Batista?
Mr. Cervera, did you want to make a statement?
For the record, Chair, I'm recusing myself from this legal meeting.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to request the school board convene an attorney-client session in order to discuss litigation pending before the 17th Judicial Circuit in and for Broward County, Florida, in the following matter. Florida International Consulting Engineers Design, Inc. versus the School Board of Broward County, Florida, AECOM Technical Services, Inc., and Kathleen Langen, the School Board of Broward County, Florida versus Heery International, Inc., case number CACE 23-020213. The following persons will attend this attorney-client session: school board members Deborah Hickson, Chair; Sarah Leonardi, Vice Chair; Lori Alhodev; Maura McCarthy-Bullman, Esquire; Dr. Jeff Holness; Nora Rupert; Rebecca Thompson; Dr. Alan Zeman; Dr. Howard Hepburn, Superintendent of Schools; Edward Laurer, Esquire; Thomas Cooney, Esquire; and Marilyn Batista, Esquire, BCS. In anticipation of this request, the attorney-client session was properly advertised for today, November 12, 2025, at 12:30 p.m. in accordance with Section 286.011, Parent 8 of the Florida statutes. The purpose of the attorney-client session is to discuss settlement negotiations and/or strategy relative to the pending litigation. A certified court reporter will record the session. Only those persons noted in the advertisement will be permitted to attend.
At this time, the School Board of Broward County, Florida will recess the regular school board meeting for an attorney-client session. The attorney-client session will be held in the boardroom on the first floor of the Kathleen C. Wright Administration Center, 600 Southeast 3rd Avenue, Fort Lauderdale, Florida 33301. The attorney-client session will take approximately 30 minutes. At the conclusion of the business of the attorney-client session, the regular school board meeting will reconvene. All persons not scheduled to attend the attorney-client session, please exit the room at this time. The regular school board meeting is now in recess. And welcome back. This regular school board meeting is now reconvened. Can I have a motion and a second on item double D1?
So moved.
It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Leonardi. Any public comment on double D1?
Yes, Dr. Lynch-Walsh.
Afternoon. Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh, Plantation, Florida, former audit committee member and chair, and member of the facilities task force. So since I don't go to audit committee meetings currently, there was no other vehicle by which to alert you to this or to comment. A lot of work went into staffing and making sure that the staffing levels match the needs of the program. You guys had a discussion at the last meeting about whether you could cut back on some of the subs. The problem is that on June 13, 2023, when legal, staff, and FTF all said, don't do this, you guys reinforced the 45% MWBE commitment instead of the 29 that was the district goal. But 45 is what AECOM agreed to, and that was a red flag. So this report, because there's a requirement on a quarterly basis to provide a 12-month staffing plan that evaluates each team according to the projected status of individual projects and the overall program over the 12-month period, it would have been nice to see the MWBE and other non-MWBE sub-breakdowns by position, costs, hour, over the life of the program, and certainly that should have been in each quarterly review. But as it turns out, AECOM wasn't doing it. I don't know why. Anyway, in the future, as far as staffing goes, because this report, it should inform future actions, who does the reporting? Is it the CMA OR? Because a construction manager agent owner's rep is not the same as a program manager owner's rep. One is focused on a project and maybe projects, and the other one is focused on programs. So there was a financial capacity threshold that was written into the solicitation in 2020 that required a working capital ratio of 1.5. It is possible that that's too high and needed to be lowered now, but that was picked up and copied verbatim into this CMA OR, which, by the way, Policy 7003 requires the school board to approve standard RFP and RFQ forms. That did not happen here. I sent you guys an email letting you know that mid-September. A CMA OR is not the same as a PM OR, which means you now have a solicitation out in the atmosphere that you didn't approve that has evaluation criteria that might be appropriate for a PMOR, but not necessarily a CMA OR. And why are they even doing that? Did you guys decide this is the direction you want to go? You didn't have that conversation. So where this leads you to in terms of staffing, because of course the AECOM contract will be ending in January, is rejecting all bids and figuring out how to keep AECOM. Not rejecting all bids presents a problem because you are definitely violating policy and probably state law.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
No, Madam Chair.
Mr. Severe.
Satisfied?
Dr. Zeman.
Chair, I'm just fascinated that that we have done this work. There's a lot of great results in here. I'd recommend everybody that is interested in our performance in construction to look at this. And I really just appreciate all the auditors' efforts on this project. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. All those in favor of item double D1 say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously. The next item we're going to do is double P1. Can I have a motion and a second on double P1?
Second.
Been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Rupert. Any public comment on double P1?
Yes, and thank you. Terry Lopez Preuss, career educator and local business person. I just want to thank you very much for bringing the item back in a timely fashion. And I do want to say that I have been coming here probably longer than most of you have been on the chair. I believe the only one who was on the chair when it was my job to be here every single Tuesday is Nora Rupert. And there are some things that maybe she can bring to light about how certain things were handled in the past, because one of the things that you are going to talk about is the decorum. And I understand that some of the people who are out here in the peanut gallery, I'll call them, because sometimes they don't really want to hear what we have to say. When we have an unusual amount of angst, hand movements, things that we're telling you are being said incorrectly, there used to be a way for us to be able to bring that forward, for the chair to be able, at her pleasure, to bring that forward. So I would ask, in addition to all these other changes that you want to make, that you think about that, because it would be a very noble thing to do. In addition to that, I would agree with many of the things. For example, 8 hours, heck yeah, you can't go past 8 hours. I've been here till after midnight myself in those first 2 years, probably 2.5. The other thing that I need to really state is about the 3-minute sharing time. It's absolutely unconscionable in my mind that we would be not allowed to share our time when we have come here, and it's still the same amount of time. So you are taking away from a person to give to another person. Perfect example today, the individual who I was going to give my time to probably wouldn't have taken the entire 3 minutes, but I was then forced to use my 3 minutes, and use them I did. So I don't think it's a good policy, and I think that you might want to absolutely think that, because most of the people here would agree with me that we want to be heard, and if we want to donate our time, we should. Thing about the committee chairs, there's a lot of rules that I've noticed. It encumbers them. They work hard. It's hard to keep them. It's hard to find them in the community. It's hard to keep them. So I would, all those extra red paragraphs, would think about that. The other thing, I didn't have time to read all of it. I've never seen in redlining the fact that the chair of the communications and the chief of staff is one and all. Used to be that was a very large job. I remember when Mr. Moquin was doing it, and also past chief of staff. That's a very large job. I would ask you to consider to give that person one job and not two, because some of these communication things that are happening obviously might be due to the fact that somebody is being stretched thin. Certainly, please make sure they give them the proper money. In addition, I would like to say that I would ask you in your conferences when you speak that you ask Nora Rupert how we would have our hand signals, that when something was an absolute lie, we had a way to tell the board, and you would let one of us come up to explain what the lie was or where you were being misled. And I will remind you that other superintendents have left or been fired or gone for a number of reasons because people below him, beneath him, were telling him things that were not true. We have spoken to each and every new superintendent since Mr. Runcie about how this happens, and we are asking you to be aware. They are not being told the truth all the time. You are not being told the truth all the time, and whoever gave me 5 minutes, thank you.
Next public speaker is Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh, followed by Dr. Trudy Germanovich.
Natalie Lynch-Walsh, Plantation, Florida. My feedback, since we've been going back and forth, is fairly specific, hopefully. I agree with Terry. Procedures related to advisories, take them out. You're referencing documents in there that nobody's ever going to follow because they're insufficient for the task. So you should, by your own admission, you shouldn't have procedures in a policy, and these are things that are definitely procedural. And even if they weren't, they're cumbersome. The sharing of the minutes, agreed, totally, put that back in. I cannot tell you how many people offer me 3 minutes, but I can't take it because we don't pool minutes anymore. And what is the harm in it? You saw today that you then ended up having to listen to more speakers because you wouldn't let them pool their minutes. And there are often times when the person who is speaking on behalf of someone else is able to communicate and articulate the issue at hand better than the person they're speaking for, and that is why they're given the 3 minutes. So what would be the goal of not allowing that to happen? So you can be less informed and misled more easily? I agree that the chief of staff and the communications chief should not be the same person any more than you shouldn't have a facilities chief or not have a facilities chief, which you do not. And then finally, the addition of the superintendent shall maintain a follow-up list of board members' questions, progress monitoring, and requests, and share the list with a date for follow-up response within 48 hours of the school board workshop or meeting. I have language that would untangle that sentence and make it clear, and I do not think this would cause you to go back unless you make other substantive changes. The superintendent shall maintain a follow-up list that includes for each item an initial target date for response or completion and subsequent progress monitoring related to school board member questions, requests for information or action, consensus, or motions. The follow-up list shall be submitted to the school board within 48 hours of each school board workshop, meeting, or public hearing. That is clear, and it specifies what the progress monitoring is or isn't. The way it's written now, they could give you progress monitoring for students or something, because it's not clear that it's the progress that they're supposed to be reporting on the follow-up item. So I hope you'll consider adding that in. I have it typed out if anyone wants to make that as a motion. Thank you.
Before I start my time, Mary Ferdig is running in the parking lot right now, and she'd like to speak on this item. So please hold off for her. Thank you. My name is Dr. Trudy Germanovich. For the proposed policy changes, I'm concerned especially for the sections on pages 13 and 14 regarding committees. Actually, many of my comments I could copy from the several other times that we've looked at this particular policy. I would hope that the superintendent's task force recommendations would be followed. They specifically addressed most of the red line sections in policy 1070, except for the minor ones like the chief of staff and so on. Regarding the many onerous rules which are in this policy, such as requiring committee chairs to provide a written report if they are not in attendance at the meeting, I believe that they should just give you the minutes on a monthly basis, just like you do to us. I don't think you should put a time limit on them. Also, I think that you can't dictate what they're going to say. And that's what that red line says. And I thought we'd taken that out the second or third time that we talked about this. The school board often does not provide the public with their minutes until several months after the meeting, so why would you make the chairpersons do it the day of the meeting? It just doesn't make any sense. Also, it's a good practice to have the template that you were supposed to attach to this, but as is often the case, we don't get the appendices. Maybe you did, but we did not get it in the public. So that should be changed, especially if you're going to attach a policy to a policy. You could ask for the committee chairperson to let you know by 8 a.m. if they can't come, but I don't think you should put anything in. Actually, those are all procedural things. I don't know why you even have that section. For the decorum section on pages 14 and 15, the red line in item 1 is redundant with the other parts of the section. So, in other words, again, I think this policy is not ready to be passed because there are many things that I'm sure a lot of people, if this would have been held a little later in the meeting, might have been here for, because we had to inform some of the people. It wasn't clear that it was going to be brought up at 1, which is great that you did it, but we need to kind of make it clear to the public that that's going to happen when it does. Thank you.
And our last public speaker is Mary Ferdig. And Jackie Luscombe.
And just to address why we changed it, we had a request from someone in the public, so I guess we just can't make everybody happy. Go ahead.
Respectfully, that meant others of us had to really scramble several miles.
I have a handout that hopefully has reached you. Jackie Luscombe, ESC Advisory Chair, and representing today also the DAC Steering Committee. There are errors and unaddressed issues with this draft that we'd like you to consider. The handout creates a summary of those, page 1, and on page 2 it gives more detail of DAC Steering's feedback from last Friday that was created by the DAC Chair. Because the board has not been looping policies through advisories, as Policy 1164 on 1920 allows when there is relevance and potential benefit to doing so, that has made it harder for stakeholders to provide comprehensive feedback. This, coupled with staff tweaks and errors, is a problem that is resulting in policy repeatedly coming to you in a fashion that is making the board look bad and creating difficulty and denying orderly and open stakeholder input. Last week's Policy 1070 workshop is a case in point when the board ended up spending hours just reversing unsanctioned staff proposals, errors, and controversies. Again, here today, you're in a position of having to pour through content and detail when that needed to have already been better hashed out, so you could just be rubber stamping today and moving on. We strongly urge that you take back charge of your rulemaking process. You decide when things get looped. You loop this one, or alternatively workshop it again, because it directly addresses issues of parent and community voice and involvement. That will allow it to go through a slick collaborative process and line-by-line decision precision before it comes to you. Some of the issues to alert you to, read 1020, as you'll see on the summary, the chaos on the executive summary. And let's just say there's 2.6 million reasons why executive summaries need to be correct. Secondly, the main body of the draft still contains incorrect references to advisory reports being quarterly and not monthly. These are on page 14, section 8, parts E and F. Additionally, page 14, section 8, part E, email address is incorrect. The appendices were not reviewed with advisories, and they weren't even attached with the red line. Reviewing with advisories could have resulted in a mutually purposeful format. Instead, despite numerous representations, including from the Superintendent Task Force, to which you folks all appointed representatives, staff have just represented an original unworkable forms that they drew up without us. There are other items listed on the summary that I've given you. My time at the mic won't give you that, but I think going through this now is not going to be a good use of volunteer or board time. We'd like to appeal for an end to this process of bringing policy drafts that have errors, sloppy practice, unilateral policy amendments by staff, and a lack of collaboration. Your stakeholders are not the one creating havoc. We are the ones objecting to it and wanting to preempt and banish it. Work with us, please, and let us assist the process. Thank you.
Thank you. And our last speaker, Mary Furtick.
Good morning, afternoon, whatever. I am here on behalf of the now sunsetted Superintendent's Task Force. Cynthia could not make it today and reached out to me and asked if I would mention the conversation we had at our last meeting on October 30th. And so we just want to make sure that in your final policy, and I think this was expressed last week, so I'm sure you've picked it up somewhere, but we really would like to see the list of motions / recommendations / what are brought to you from committees. Just, if there's a list somewhere where people can refer to it on your website, and there's some type of a process for putting things on there and just letting the public know how they're resolved. The issue of, and thank you for listening to us when we came previously and talked about monthly versus quarterly. And there are a couple places, as Jackie just referred, where you still have you have monthly and some and quarterly and another. So specifically page 14, number F, you refer to the written reports coming 3 days prior to the scheduled quarterly school board workshop, so you may just want to change that to monthly. And on E, just before that, if you go back to the top of the page, you talk about, you mentioned in here that advisories can come to your meetings and give reports, and that's great because that's what we wanted to see, the option if they have something to say for them to come. Taking away the mandatory, you're keeping track if they come. However, when you go to the written reports, you have that the written reports, and I've underlined it here, each advisory committee shall electronically submit their written comments if they will not be present. So that's kind of contradictory to the they may come. So you have may and some and shall and others, and I would just ask that you correct that so we know exactly what the intent is and can make sure that we do it. And of course, our recommendation was that you have them on the first workshop as you've been doing. That's been a great change, but that it's not a mandatory if a committee doesn't have something to share. So let me go back and look here. Yeah, you have may on A, shall on E, and quarterly on F, and monthly on A. So if you would just reconcile all of those, and if you don't have time today, I think the suggestion was to bring it back at another time and maybe have a time certain. Thank you.
Okay.
That concludes public comments.
Thank you. Dr. Holness.
Madam Chair, am I the only speaker on this item? Okay, I'll go last if you don't mind.
Dr. Zeman.
Chair. Sorry to blow Mr. Sullivan's prediction, but I have 12 changes to talk about, Mr. Sullivan. First is on page 2 of the red line. In the letter H, we say both that the superintendent will select a pro tem, and then in the next sentence we say that the most recently served chair will preside over the meeting. My motion is to strike the second sentence of paragraph H on page 2 of the red line.
I have a question because I think the clean version is the one we're voting on. So shouldn't we be making changes to the clean version of the red line?
I only brought the red line, so I'm sorry.
Okay.
It's the only one I got.
Not everything in the red line came across.
Okay. My first comment was going to be I have asked for red lines that are really red lines like 27 times, and I still don't get them. And I don't understand what I got to do to get them. But a red line is you take one document and you take another document, you hit Microsoft Word compare, and a red line drops out. And everything is marked out, and red stuff is all the new stuff. This format costs us a lot of time. And I'm wondering, Chair, what do I need to do to get a red line rather than hand-jammed documents with errors?
Dr. Hepburn.
I'm looking at a red line version off the agenda right now, so I'm trying to, if you can specify.
Mr. Cervera, what is a red line document, my lawyer friend?
And if we can be specific, the red line document that is on the agenda right now, is there discrepancies, issues, concerns with that red line so staff can understand the specifics of what needs to be corrected?
As far as what you just said, I'm going to answer Dr. Zeman's question because I don't have any specific comments yet. I think, if I may, I think the frustration that we see as a board when we get these is traditionally, if you're going to insert new language, it'll be underlined, it'll be in a different color font. What's happening here is it looks like someone's just opening a Microsoft Word document and just typing in a different color and not following the standard procedures that you would see in the editing process when you go back and forth in contract world. So sometimes it's hard to follow follow along, and I share your frustration. I print out both and I look at them kind of side by side, so I have a better feel sometimes as to where we're going. But I think what Dr. Zeman's frustration is we're not following the traditional editing format in contract world as far as the edits one would see when you have different versions of documents going back and forth.
A red line version is like a real thing. It isn't going in and changing things by color and striking through other things. It's taking the original policy, taking the revised policy, and hitting a magic button that produces a red line. And there's never a mistake in that document. So to the chair's point, whether you look at the clean version, which I've got up online, or my red line that I brought to the board meeting to prepare, they both say the opposite things. The second sentence in H is if the chair and the vice chair are absent, the superintendent shall select a pro tem. The third sentence is if the event of a chair and vice chair absent, the board member with most served as chair will preside. Both things cannot be true. And I think what we decided last time is the most senior, the person with the most experience as chair, most recent experience as chair would serve as the chair. So my motion is to, and it's already been seconded by Ms. Leonardi, I think, to strike the second line.
Any public comment on the motion?
Agreed. Natalie Lynch Walsh, Plantation, Florida. We all remember that Dr. Zeman said that last time, and you guys having a discussion and the second sentence, and yes, it should absolutely be struck through. So I support the motion, but the larger issue is everybody just brought up issues that are more than Scribner's errors. Do you really want to sit and go through this, or do you want to send it to the advisories?
Please just speak on the motion.
Well, they're related. I'm trying to save you time, but okay.
This is kind of on the motion. Thank you for saying exactly where you are in the policy. And yes, I brought my red line and don't have the clean. I'm assuming that's okay. But if you can just state the page and the paragraph. Thank you so much, Dr. Seaman.
Thank you, Dr. Fertig.
Yes, and ditto, but just a warning, this is going to get incredibly tedious. A workshop is the place for this, and looping, and we can be helping you, and all of you, and all of us
Please, just
crafting
on
a
the
cleaner
motion.
thing. Thank you. I'm speaking to the motion.
No, you're not.
Any board member discussion? All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed say no. Motion passes.
Thanks, Chair. On page 8 of 17 on the red line, heading 7, public participation under A. I appreciate kind of the general format of being very policy-like in this, but I'll tell you there's something missing from this document in my own view, which is the school board encourages public attendance at our meetings and desires input from the public, period. And I appreciate everything that tells them what they can't do and how quickly they have to speak and how they could be interrupted and what they can't insult me and things like that. It's just all this is about what they can't do and tightening up all the rules, and I know why we need to do that. But my view is the policy of Broward County Schools is we encourage the public to attend and we encourage them to speak. And so my motion is to, on the first sentence in A under 7, would be to add a sentence that says that Broward County School Board, or excuse me, the School Board of Broward County encourages public attendance at our meetings and desires input from the public, period.
Public comment on the motion?
I'm sorry, can we get a PDF page number on that, please?
I apologize. Do you want the red-lined version or the clean version?
I'll take the red font version PDF.
Red font version. Thank you very much, Mr. Severa. It's page 8, 7A, heading 7, capital letter A. I'm just trying to insert a sentence that says what our policy really is, which is we'd love people to come and talk.
Public comment?
So it's on 7A on page 8?
Yes, ma'am.
And you want to add the chair? Oh, you're going to rewrite that? I agree. I think I agree with it. I'm just trying to see where it is in here. I didn't, but I agree. If you're trying to get rid of procedural stuff, it would seem to be appropriate. So I agree with it.
Indeed, I see your head in your hands, Dr. Zeman, but we were urging a different process to handle this. I agree with the motion. This is a part that I've spoken to before. I'd also point out that I've brought up before a school board doesn't have executive authority to determine defamation. That's a judicial determination. So if you're talking about taking out language about that, I love Dr. Zeman's proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Board member discussion? Dr. Holness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just for my understanding, in the red font, red line version, whatever we call it, on page 8 for Dr. Zeman, are you are we just adding your sentence, Dr. Zeman? We're not taking away any of the red font that's there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Zeman, can you just repeat what your motion is?
The School Board of Broward County encourages public attendance at our meetings and desires input from the public.
And that would be in A, right above, and
First
then the
sentence-
next line would
first sentence
say
of A.
the chair.
First sentence of A.
Okay, so we're adding, not taking anything?
Yes, ma'am, just before that sentence, before the chair.
Thank you. Any other board member discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Motion carried.
Thank you, Chair. And to my colleagues and to people here, I apologize for not bringing typed versions. I wish I had taken the time to do that, and I'll continue to try and do it when I have this long list. On 9 of 17 in the red font version, we have an opportunity, I think, to carve out an exception for elected officials in Broward County. I think if the property appraiser, the mayor of Dania Beach, county commissioner, state rep, state senator wants to come and talk, I'd prefer to give them 5 minutes, and I'd prefer them to speak first. So my motion is on page 9, a new letter C under 7A2, so it'll be C. Broward County elected officials are encouraged to attend school board meetings. When they do, the school board will allow them to speak first for 5 minutes each, period.
Any public comment on the motion?
Was a second?
There was seconded.
Okay. Natalie Lynch Walsh. In theory, I agree, because it does look bad when I've seen public officials sit here all day waiting to speak on something. And granted, this is public speaking. However, it then gets to be a slippery slope because the same is not afforded to, say, committee chairs. Although if you go along with carving that out of the public comment section, I guess we have to take baby steps. So I'm not vehemently opposed to them being able to speak. And the 5 minutes, I guess, is fine. So I guess we'll see what your next motion is. But yes, I support the motion.
Any other public comments? Board member comments? I'm not exactly sure. I don't mind. And I mean, really, as a chair, if someone from an elected official comes, we don't typically stop them when the buzzer goes off. I just wonder how that comes across to the general public speakers who are here and saying that the elected official should go first. So I'm not sure how I feel about it, but we'll see how it goes. Okay. Anybody else? All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no.
No.
No. Do we need to do, I don't think we need a roll call, but go ahead. I think it passed.
Roll call on the motion. School Board Member Severa. Hickson.
No.
Holness.
Yes.
Leonardi.
No.
Rupert. Thompson. Zeman.
Yes.
Alhadeff.
Yes.
Bowman.
No.
Fails 4-4.
Thank you. On page 10 of the 17, I think this is just a typo, but I'm gonna do 3 things all in one motion because they're pretty straightforward. I move that the number 4 become the number 3 because we struck everything in 3 before, so we need a new number there. On the sentence that says members of the public must access the portal to register to speak, I think that has to be a can. Because they can also come here and register to speak, so I don't want to mislead them. And on the next sentence, 2 sentences later, the speaker's name, city, and email, I think to follow and be consistent with our policy, we need to ask for the name, lobbyist designation, city, and email when they register to speak.
You say that, so you're just adding lobbyist to that sentence, is that correct?
Lobbyist designation between name and city. 2 lines above that, the must is a can, because we really have 2 ways to register to speak. And then 4 is a 3, really. Page 10 of 17.
Any public comment on the motion?
Dr. Trudy Germanovich, yes, I agree with this. However, I do want to point out that the portal often doesn't work, and so we need to get that working. And then also, I don't think it's clear to the public that they can come here and sign up to speak. And so if you can somehow figure out how to do that. And they can come anytime during the day, because Terry thought she had to come at 8 a.m. this morning to speak. So there's some miscommunication. Thanks.
Natalie Lynch Walsh, I agree with the motion. You can't have a can for something that doesn't, it should say can or may, not must, if it doesn't always work. And frankly, even when it does work, I've signed up to speak only to not have my name read. Related to this section is also, and the 1 p.m. failed to pre-register by 1 p.m., that presumes something hasn't been added. So what do you do if they add something right before, but you can't comment on it now? That's in here too, I'm just saying. So anyway, I support the motion, but it even with a may, it needs to work all the time. And it does need to be clear how they go about if they come here and sign up. The whole process needs to be clear. And of course, this is starting to sound very procedural in here on this page.
I support the motion. I think Dr. Zeman's suggestion regarding the portal is particularly important, not only because it sometimes isn't working, but because for folks who are unfamiliar with it, I'm not sure if you've tried getting on it yourselves, but you might like to test it out. You click on how to sign up to submit public comment, and you are taken to a 7-page PDF manual walking you through 7 pages of steps in order to do so. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Board discussion? All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
On page 11 of 17, Chair, and the letter E, page 11 of 17, letter E, middle of the page, I have a question for a legal expert. We say that defamatory comments or personal insults against individuals are not permitted. Is this a violation of the First Amendment or any other law that would limit speaks and limit words that are spoken at a meeting like this?
Ms. Batista?
No.
Thank you.
Yes.
Page 12 of 17, number 2, this is 2025. I think to have something like a 2-hour window is going to preclude people from being able to speak. So my motion is to switch the 2 hours to 2 minutes. If there's an item added within 24 hours, I would have preferred 0 minutes, by the way. 2 minutes is plenty of time for people to get their name on a list that electronically shows up at Mr. Hill or somebody else's desk, and to allow people to talk. I'm always embarrassed when we add stuff that late. I think it's just not good policy to do that. But if we add something that late, I think we should kind of open up the door and let people come and speak. So my motion is to replace hours with minutes on page 12 of 17 and number 2.
Is there a second?
Second.
Public comment?
Trudy Jemanovich, and make sure that the additions get put onto the website in a timely fashion as well. Thank you very much, and thank you from all of us for putting that in. Thank you.
Any board discussion? I just would have a question. If they're sending written comments on agenda items, and I would just say, we used to get written comments. We haven't gotten them in a little while. So I think it would be important that you remember that you're supposed to send them to the board. But how would that get on, like?
There's no way within 2 minutes we would have that electronically.
And if I may, I just want to remind the board that you have access to real-time written comments from the public within your legislate portals. So if you go into your legislate portals, next to each item, there's a little bubble, thought bubble, and basically that updates in real time as the public enters those written comments.
No, I understand that, but we used to actually get an email with them.
They're also part of the minutes.
Okay.
Doesn't help us when we're in the middle, but
Well, if the board doesn't want to use the iLegislate feature, then we can go back to do it the other way. But it's within the iLegislate, so.
We didn't have that feature.
okay. All those in favor?
Madam Chair.
I'm sorry, Dr. Holness.
Yes, so staff mentioned that 2 minutes, it may not be doable for them. So just wanted to get their feedback on how much time would be.
Dr. Hepburn.
Ms. Sullivan?
We can try an hour, but I mean, so we have never stopped anyone from signing up to speak.
Well, this is specifically about written comments.
And if it's written comments, then yeah, I would say at least an hour, but there's no way we would be able to process that within 2 minutes of a meeting.
I'm finished, Madam Chair. Vice Chair has a question.
Ms. Leonardi.
Yeah, I guess I'm wondering, just so everyone can understand, like, what is the process of doing that? So we can, because we hear, some people in disbelief that it can't be done within 2 minutes. So help walk us through that process so we can understand where you're coming from.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mr. Hill.
Through the chair. So the process basically to the timelines is within the Granicus system. It sets the time limits as to how or when a member of the public can basically submit a written comment. So we have to go in and set that timeline for the entire agenda. If an item is added after 24 hours, then we have to reset the entire system for just that one item and then pull the report and then close the system, which the staff needs time within Granicus. It is a great system, but it's not that quick to be able to accomplish those particular tasks in that amount of time.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, I just have one last question.
Dr. Holness.
Dr. Zeman, are you willing to modify your motion to reflect the concerns of the staff? As it seems there's a concern with being doable.
I would love this to be feasible. In reality, when we add agenda items one day before a meeting, we are surprising everybody in the public with what we're doing. It's a shock, right? Like, our rule is to do it far greater than 24 hours. I want people that come to the meeting, that walk in here, that all of a sudden get surprised with the meeting, to have the ability to leave a comment. Whether we see it or not in time is kind of a secondary concern to me. I want their comments to get in. I may read them after the fact. I might need to bring an item back. I might do something differently in the future, but I just feel it's disrespectful to spring items on people and then give them some deadline. Like, we're not going to read their comments 2 hours before anyway. Like, we're in the middle of, maybe debating and reading and getting things done up here. So it's not about, like, are we going to read it necessarily ahead? But I just want people who are surprised to be able to come and leave their comment. And I mean, they could leave it by the end of the meeting. But I just find it just kind of not a fair practice to jam them with an item, and then we jam them with a 2-hour deadline. If they come here at a time certain, at a 2 o'clock time certain, and then all of a sudden something is added in the last 24 hours and they have a life, they're actually doing things and raising their family and working, and they come here and they find out there's a new agenda item, but I came here time certain and now it's coming up in an hour and 45 minutes. I can't leave a comment. So I'm going to leave it at 2 minutes. And again, if the comment goes into the record and we see it later in the meeting, or see it the next day, at least the public has a chance to come and respond to what we have done. And I really just am very averse to adding and making changes that late, because it just seems so unnecessary and just not the way that I'd like to treat my neighbors.
Okay, any other board comment? All those in favor of the item say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
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 Roll call.
I think it failed pretty convincingly. I'm good.
Yeah, well, go ahead.
School board members Hickson,
No.
Honus,
No.
Leonardi,
No.
Rupert, Thompson, Zeman,
Yep.
Alhadeff,
Yes.
Bowman,
No.
Severa,
It's all good.
2-7.
Okay, Dr. Seaman.
Page 13, in the red font version, 8, capital letter B. The second sentence, the committee's verbal report shall be limited to 5 minutes. I think the chair always has discretion to allow, if there's like a really hot topic or a great presentation that needs to be made, to do that. And so I just don't feel like we need the words "unless extended" at the chair's discretion there, because we don't have it in other places throughout the policy. So my motion is to delete the words "unless extended" at the chair's discretion.
Is there a second? Okay, motion fails.
Great. Page 14, 8, capital letter G. Appointees of school board members must continue to regularly communicate. I'm not going to tell volunteers they must do anything. I want them to come. I want them to contribute, but I'm not really comfortable with the must word. So I would make that are strongly encouraged. And so that's the motion. In the first sentence of G, appointees of school board members are strongly encouraged to regularly communicate with his or her appointed school board members.
Second. Board, public comment on the motion.
Natalie Lynch Walsh. If you read the very last 4 letters of that sentence, it's the number's 1070. So that's in 1070. So that means you would need to change it in 1070 about must continue. I totally agree that you should not, if you start telling volunteers what they must do, then you run the risk of calling them, they are then employees, because you're controlling what they do, how they do it, the definition of an employee. And then you might actually have to pay them for what they're doing. However, just pay attention so that you do not have 2 policies contradicting themselves, just like we have sentences contradicting themselves. If you intend to change this, you then have to change it in 1070 for the 2 to be consistent. The idea was that they should communicate with each other, because why else do you have an appointee if not to know what's going on a committee? But please pay attention to policy 1070.
Any other public comment?
Thank you. And aside from the contradiction with 1070 that I won't repeat, the very purpose of your appointees is that they are a bridge between the advisories and committees that they're appointed to and you folks. If they're not talking to you folks, they're not serving a purpose, so why have them at all? So I would strongly urge that you retain that. We need them to be communicating with you and you with them. And we know that's not happening at the moment. It was nice to see it emphasized in policy 1070. We need to be re-emphasizing that so that we have that mechanism actually working. But absolutely, I think they must a volunteer when that's the very purpose of their appointment.
The mays and shalls in this entire section seem to be contradicting each other, and I agree with you on this, that strongly encouraging people, but I'm just wondering, what are you going to do when there's an arbitrary judgment that someone hasn't necessarily kept you aware of every single thing that's happening in every single committee? So I would just say, go back to this entire section and get the mays where you know that they should be, and thank you.
Board member discussion? Dr. Holness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Dr. Hepburn, can you reiterate what would be the purpose of having committee appointees as school board members?
Dr. Hepburn?
To reiterate why the board should have committee appointees?
Okay, and
I'm
wouldn't
trying
that necessitate communication with
Yes,
the board?
it does, but a reminder, it is the board's committees, not mine, so I just want to remind.
Understand. But the point, the purpose of a committee appointee is to be able to, for one, and there are other reasons, but to be able to communicate with board members as to information being discussed within the committee. So communication is a
I
key
concur.
part of that volunteer role.
Yes, I concur. There needs to be communication, absolutely.
Correct. Now, for me as a board member, I meet with committee members formally through schedule at least once, and then I also encourage them to speak to me at any time. So I believe the communication piece is essential. So I think must is important to be there, because if I appoint you as a committee appointee, and you, even though you're a volunteer, the essence of what you're doing is to communicate with me, and then you may communicate means you don't have to, and that's not the purpose of you being appointed. So I believe in this particular case, yes, we appreciate volunteers, but this is a part of the requirement of volunteering. So I would prefer that we leave the word must. Yep.
Any board member discussion? All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no.
No.
Okay, sounds like three no's. So it passes 5-3.
I just need to know who the no's were for the minutes.
Mrs. Rupert. Oh, that's 4. So let's take a roll call.
All right, roll call on the motion. School board member Hickson.
Yes.
Leonardi.
No.
Rupert. Thompson. Zeman.
Yes.
Alhadeff.
Yes.
Bowman. Severa. Did you say yes or no? No. Hickson.
Yes. You asked me first, though, by the way.
He left me
You're the
out.
chair, you get 2 votes.
The chair gets to vote for me.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't call Honus.
No.
So with that, fails 4-4, sorry.
Chair, that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I will jump to mine since you deferred, if you don't mind. So I actually did type mine out. So I have a couple of motions. No offense or anything, but I always get fussed at when I don't. So my first motion is on page 2, and I did mine on the clean version, so not to confuse anybody, but I will stay with the red version. I think it's still on page 2. Yeah. Section I, where it talks about the superintendent, this is just a suggestion to clean up the wording because it is a little confusing in terms of when it says progress monitoring. So I kind of took that part out altogether and called it ongoing progress updates instead of progress monitoring, so that there was no confusion as to whether it was about student progress monitoring or this. So my suggestion is the superintendent shall maintain a follow-up log that records each school board member's question, request for information or action, consensus item or motion, along with an initial target date for response or completion, and ongoing progress updates. This follow-up log shall be provided to the school board within 48 hours following each school board workshop, meeting, or public hearing. So just wordsmith that a little bit. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any public comment?
Natalie Lynch-Walsh, that seems to capture if there's an initial completion date, Mary?
Initial target date for response or completion.
Okay.
Ongoing progress updates.
All right, and within 48 hours? Yeah, okay. So yes, I obviously would support that motion, and that clarifies because before it was unclear. Thank you.
Okay. Any other public comment?
Yeah, I just wanted to thank you. This is definitely responsive to what we had asked for is the task force for follow-up. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Board member comment. Dr. Zeman.
Tell me about the consensus item or motion.
So when we're in a workshop setting, we have, like, we could give consensus to the superintendent to do something, or maybe there's a motion that's made during a board meeting, and this is just all of the different things we could be asking, in ways we could ask the superintendent to bring us back information. So I just tried to capture all of them, so that was really clear what the expectation was.
Okay.
Not just questions.
Sure, I understand. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else? All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. Motion carries. The next motion is on page 12 of 15, which may or may not be the right number here. Let's see. Section 15. Oh, no, section E on that page. So no, it's not the right one. So like I said, mine was the wrong page. So if you go to, I guess it's
Page 14?
14 of 17. So sorry about that. I worked on the clean version. Both E and F say scheduled quarterly school board workshops, and we as a board agreed to keep them monthly. So on both E and F, it should say monthly, not quarterly. And also, since we're in E, the email address is incorrect in the policy. It has 2 I's instead of 2 E's on committee, and there's a space in between the O and M. It doesn't look like it when it gets cut off there, but when you copy and paste it, it shows the space in between the O and M.
Is that all one motion, Chair?
Yes, so I'll
Second.
make 2 and 3 all one motion.
I'll second your motion.
Okay. Any public comment on the motion?
Again, thank you. That cleans up the items that we were speaking about on page 14 of the red line on E and F. Thank you.
Okay.
Natalie Lynch Walsh. Again, this is very procedural. So let's say next superintendent develops a portal, and now you're not sending an email at all. You're able to submit motions through a portal. Now you have to change your policy strictly to get rid of that. Or you could strike the procedural language and just indicate that there is, following the process in the such and such manual or whatever. However, I do appreciate you fixing the quarterly to monthly and the Scribner's errors, the multiple Scribner's errors in here. And I would also like to point out in here, nowhere in this meeting policy does it speak to the quarterly meetings advisory chairs have with the board.
Right, that's not part of this.
Okay, but it could be. There's limited places where, so anyway, I support the motion and appreciate cleaning up some of this. I'm just pointing out a couple other things.
Okay, any board discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed say no. Motion carries. I'm almost done. On page...
Please don't make
How does this work?
Jackie?
I was here to give public comment on that.
Oh,
I'm
I
sorry.
didn't see you standing there.
Well, it's kind of moot now, but I just wanted to draw attention to the fact that pursuant to what you have suggested, there is a next part of the process. The whole process for considering and getting back to advisory recommendations
I'm getting
isn't
to
just limited to that.
I'm getting to that. That wasn't part of this.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. We're working off a list that's just been handed to us, and it doesn't have any further part listed on it.
Yeah.
It's very confusing.
Mrs. Rupert?
I wanted to see if I could bring the item back.
What item?
Well, bring the motion back. Didn't we just vote on the motion?
I don't think we finished. We hadn't
I
voted
thought
on
we
it yet.
We did vote on it.
We did vote.
Yes.
Oh, yes, we did. Yes,
So that's why I...
for, I mean,
It passed.
Yes. I motion to, what is it called?
Reconsider?
Reconsider this particular item.
okay. Is there a second? Okay, go ahead. What did you want to?
I'm sorry?
All those in favor of bringing the item back, say aye.
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 All those opposed, say no.
No.
Last time we thought that too, and then it didn't, so if you
Yep.
don't mind.
Roll call.
Roll call on the motion to reconsider the motion. School board members, Lunardi.
No.
Rupert.
Yes.
Thompson. Zeman.
No.
Alhadeff. Bowman. Severa. Hickson.
Nope.
Holness.
Yes.
4-4. Fails.
Okay. So the next motion I'd like to make is my number 4. My page numbers are wrong again. It's still page 14 of 17. So in section F, this one's pretty simple. In section A, there's no period at the end of the sentence. So it says by policy or resolution, and there's no period. So I'd like to add a period to that. And then I would like to add a section B, which would read, each committee may prepare a one-page summary of any committee recommendation to be shared with the school board. This summary will include the recommendation and a brief explanation of its purpose. These summaries will be forwarded to the Chief Communication Officer and include in the school board and be included in the school board workshop agenda. Each committee's recommendations will be identified along with the corresponding summaries and available to the public. And I would just say that's actually verbatim what was sent to the chairs in January. It is the process we actually already use, but when we had the discussion last week about 1070, it referenced that the procedure would be, or the process would be outlined in 1020, and it's not. So that's why I'm recommending that we add letter B.
Second.
Public comment on the motion.
Thank you. This was very thoughtful and well thought out. I appreciate your getting it in there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
In the motion, are you asking that the committee's report be attached as attached to the agenda? I don't think it would be appropriate for the
It's not the report, it's the recommendations. And that's what we do now. If they have a recommendation, it's attached to the agenda so the board members can read it.
So so there is no issue with attaching it to the agenda. I just want to make sure that the agenda is normally the superintendent's, agenda of what is being proposed or recommended to the board members, and I just don't want to have any confusion between the two.
Yeah, and it's what we've been doing, so it's just attached as a backup.
Just clarifying, I just want to.
Thank you.
Sure, thanks.
Yes. Ms. Luscombe.
Thank you. The board was told by staff at last week's Policy 1070 discussion that language about how advisory recommendations are handled is in Policy 1020. It is not. Chunks are missing from the 1020 draft, and anyway, this whole process needs revising if it is to be made effective. Your proposal goes the first step towards that, Madam Chair, but this was among the Superintendent Task Force's recommendations that have been overlooked or ignored. Also, at District Advisory Policy Subcommittee last week, we crafted a proposed process based on the task force recommendations and the Policy 1.7 Committee recommendations from 2022 that could work for everybody. That is what I emailed last night. I think the DAC chair also emailed, and I've also handed it in. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
Natalie Lynch-Walsh. Color me confused. I appreciate you adding this, but does that mean that because this is on a workshop agenda, I think?
Yes.
So a school board workshop agenda, it's okay to have an attachment to the board item for committee reports that have any motions, recommendations, but not the committee report? I'm confused as to what this is adding. So I get that this is adding a recommendation, but are we saying that you can't also add the reports from the committee?
Well,
I'm just trying to clarify what.
first of all, I don't think we typically have, we have not received a written report from a committee that I'm aware of since I've been chair, but we have received recommendations and attached them to the workshop. We've been doing that since January.
No, I
as
get
this
all
went
that.
out. So
I
this is just codifying what we have been doing in
And
real
I
life.
guess I heard what and remember, Miss Batista's leaving you, so whatever advice she's giving you, the next person could change. I just thought it sounded like she was saying that recommendations can be attached but not reports.
Miss Batista.
No? Oh.
No, I just wanted to make sure that the recommendations of the committee were not actually part of the agenda proposals from the superintendent, so that there wouldn't be any confusion between what is being recommended by the committees versus the superintendent's recommendations on the agenda.
Correct, and they're always identified as.
And since
the
this is
committee
happening at a
recommendation.
workshop, then there shouldn't be any under a committee agenda item. It should be clear.
Thank
Okay,
you.
thanks.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Board member discussion? All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed say no. Motion carries. I actually have two more because one popped up while I was sitting here. The next one, attachment B, the email is again incorrect. It should be committee with two T's and no space in between the O and the M on .com. So I move that we correct that in attachment B.
Second.
Any public comment on the motion?
Natalie Lynch Walsh, Plantation, Florida. What we should be doing is striking attachment B altogether. These are procedures that nobody has any intention of following because they do not align with the committee's needs. So you can put them in here. It doesn't matter if the email address is correct or it has 6 I's in it. The bigger issue is the attachment itself, and you have an attachment A and B that are quote-unquote templates or directives or whatever, but they are procedures that you are now attaching to a policy, which you don't want to do. You would have your procedure manual separate. You can reference it, but understand by attaching it, now it becomes part of policy. So I'm pointing that out again.
I apologize. I just received a text from the person I'm here representing. Can I read that to you?
Is it on the motion?
It is. And I just want to make sure that what okay, so you can say that I was speaking. Here's language DAC crafted for recommendations. Committee recommendation process. 1, approved committee recommendation shall be emailed to the Office of the Chief of Staff in acknowledgement of receipt.
This is just on attachment B.
Yeah. The recommendation shall be placed on the next workshop. Recommendations may be sent to relevant department
not
and
on B.
superintendent. Do you feel any of that, Debbie?
We're just
Is-
fixing an
It has to be just on a, my motion is to correct the email address on attachment B.
That's it.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Correcting the email would be great, but our case had been that getting rid of Appendix B altogether it would be what one should strive for. Appendices B and C reflect the lack of understanding of the best practices that advisories are striving for, and they contradict the goals of purposeful record keeping and good time management. Making us use Appendices B and C would contradict the policy's declared goal of ensuring greater structure, consistency, and efficiency.
Any other public comment? Board member comment? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. And the last one I just noticed on page 14 of 17, number 9, decorum, in letter A, it says, in advance of receiving comments from the public, the chair shall read. The chair does not read that prior to the public comment anymore. So I think this A should just say the rules for expected decorum are as follows. And then it states the rules, because the
Second.
chair doesn't read that. Any public comment on the motion?
Natalie Lynch Walsh, that's fine. I thought you were going to remove the unnecessary comma after the word read. But anyway, the whole decorum section is problematic, but that's why we have state law that allows you to petition for rulemaking.
Any other public comment? Board member comment? All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. Motion carries. Dr. Holness.
Madam Chair, all my concerns were addressed. Thank you. Okay.
Mr. Severa.
Very briefly, what seems like an hour and a half ago at this point, there was a comment made by a speaker regarding committee reports not being posted on our website. I feel like I've had this conversation before, and I was told that the committee reports are, in fact, on the district website. Can I get some clarification on that, please?
Dr. Hepburn.
Mr. Sullivan.
I don't believe we received any committee reports. Their committee reports are typically done monthly at the workshop verbally.
It's not
So-
that, oh, go ahead.
I was going to answer, we haven't received any committee reports that are done verbally at the quarterly workshop. Or the monthly workshop.
So just clarification, they don't exist on our website, correct?
Correct, because we haven't received any.
Any other board member comments? All those in favor of item double P1 as amended, and I'll just ask staff have you captured all of the changes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All those in favor of double P1 as amended say aye. Aye. Any opposed say no. Double P1 passes unanimously.
Madam Chair, is any of those changes substantial, Ms. Batista?
Ms. Batista.
There are a couple that are, so it's just going to be a notice of, that has to be published.
It'll come back in December.
It may not, depending on what the notice. I'll work with staff on the notice.
Sorry, what does that mean?
So if all the changes that were made, and there may have been one by Mrs. Hickson that was never discussed before at any prior workshop, then when you do the notice of change, that may not be sufficient. It may have to come back anyway. But if they were all discussed before during the rulemaking, then it may not have to return to the board.
I'm sorry, can you speak in the microphone? I can't hear you.
I don't know how much closer I can get.
That's better.
Okay. So if all the changes that were made here today were already discussed at previous workshops during rulemaking, and I believe one of the changes, maybe all of them were, then all that it will be necessary, even though they're substantive, will be a notice of change to be published. But the policy will not come back because it would be done as of today. Basically, it would be completed.
Okay, thanks.
And Mr. Sullivan, I think the item she was just talking about was the B that we added, but if I'm not mistaken, we discussed that in the January workshop when we were working on, so if you could just check and make sure, because I think we did discuss it.
We'll check
before
each of
we
the
sent
motions.
it out to the committees, so thank you. Okay, the next item is double J9. Can I have a motion in a second?
So moved.
It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Ms. Thompson. Any public comment on double J9?
No, ma'am.
Board member discussion, Mrs. Rupert.
Got it. I actually had my question answered about ATC, so thank you.
Okay, great. All those in favor of item double J9, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, say no. Motion carries unanimously. The next item is double J10. Can I have a
So
motion
moved.
in a second? Moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Ms. Thompson. Any public comment?
No, ma'am.
Mr. Severa.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to be recusing myself from this vote. During the course of my preparation for the meeting tonight, I discovered a potential conflict of interest under 112-3143. Therefore, I will not be participating. I will be recusing myself, and I will file the appropriate Form 8B in due course. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Rupert.
Thank you. C. Robert Markham Elementary School, the original service started on the 2017. 8 years, we're still struggling with a litany of problems, and still the work is being done. While the facility has been a work in progress, I want to thank our educators, staff, families, and students for being so loyal and truly being the picture of what we want really with every school and every community. This great gem of a school will have the facility that will truly be a wonderful, safe, and healthy school for many, many years to come. Thank you.
Thank you. I pulled this item, and I know that I already received a response, but I just have to say out loud, very frustrated because the item came forward to us for $25,237, which is not that much, but $20,800 is only for printing. And that just seems astronomical. I know that there's a lot of things that have to be printed and all of those things, but we have a printing department with Beacon. Like, are we looking at ways to reduce that cost? Because although it's not a lot of money, it is a lot of paper. And to me, $20,000 just for printing is a lot of money. I don't want to spend a whole lot of time on this, but I just, I got the response, and it didn't make me feel any better looking at the response that there's a lot of printing. Well, for $20,000, I'm aware of that. But what are we doing to reduce that printing? Is there anything that could be done electronically as opposed to having to be printed? Dr. Hepburn.
Ms. Paul or Mr. McIntyre, either or.
I mean, this is where we are right now on this project, but we are looking into and are making transitions into digital electronic documents. So it is our intent to reduce this over time. But these are just the major, this was a very complex situation, and we just need to get this work done so we can move forward with it. But yes, we're looking at all the options to have, number one, electronic plan reviews. We're in the process of doing that. And so we will continue down that vein to not have to spend this kind of money.
Okay, because if I'm not mistaken, we have about 100 projects left. And if we're spending that kind of money on printing times 100, it isn't just $20,000. So, like I said, I don't want to belabor the point. I appreciate it, but I just want to be clear that as one board member, I want to see us moving towards a less paper printed environment. Dr. Zeman.
Thanks so much, Chair. Markham continues to live in subhuman conditions. We have lots of students there. We don't have permanent capacity. We don't have a cafeteria that's worth talking about. Kids are going through and getting food that's prepared in other places. And we went to the city commission in Pompano, and we told them that that's the way it is, but we're going to have this thing done and opened for the first day of the 27-28 year. So, Chair, will this item delay the start of students going to new Markham Elementary School on the first day of August 2027?
Dr. Hepburn.
Ms. Paul?
No, it will not.
Thank you.
Is that it? Apparently. All those in favor of item double J10 say aye. Aye. Any opposed say no. Motion passes minus Mr. Silvera because he recused himself. Next item is 001. Can I have a motion and a second? It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Leonardi. Is there any public comment on 001?
No, ma'am.
Mr. Silvera.
Thank you, Chair. On the bus GPS system issue here, how many buses operate in this district for our 326 bus schools?
Dr. Hepburn.
Go ahead, Ms. Paul, if you know the number.
I can follow up with the exact number, but I believe we're somewhere around 1,000, over 1,000 buses at this time.
It's 1,000 buses?
Yes.
There's Dr. Clower. She has the specific number if you need a specific and not approximate.
Hi, Dr. Clowers. Through the board, can you repeat the question? Or Superintendent?
How many buses do we have in Broward County Public Schools that use this GPS technology?
So currently, hold on, I have the exact number for you. I'm having technical difficulties. 1 second. Why is it not working? So about 1,300. When this was written, we had an auction, and the buses were auctioned off. So with the agreement and our 100 buses that will be arriving this year and next year, we'll be at 1,300 total. I'm trying to get the exact number for you, but for some reason my tablet is acting crazy.
Well, let me ask it this way. In reviewing the contract, it looks like it calls for about 1,360 GPS units in which they're providing, to justify the $1.4 million bill that we're being asked to vote on here. So I guess what I'm really looking for is clarification as to, do we have 1,360 buses that are operational in this district on a daily basis transporting our students?
That's a resounding yes. I can answer that for you.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you. Next is Dr. Holness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Hepburn, the buses that are utilizing this system, I guess my question is a different way. Are all the buses carrying students in Broward County utilizing this system?
Yes.
Okay, and I notice this contract is from May 2025 to May 2028, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and in 2019, we partnered with this company, and currently we are providing a new contract, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, what were we paying before as opposed to what we're paying now?
Dr. Clowers, I don't know if you have those numbers on you.
I'll double check, but we are currently paying, with the 20% discount that we're receiving, we're paying about $120,000 less annually.
Yes,
I can double check what last year's numbers were.
Okay, so I'm aware of the discount, but I still wanted a comparative as to what we were paying in the prior contract, because the cost could go up significantly, and we're saving 20%. So I don't know what we paid before, and that's
I understand the question.
Okay.
And if you can give us some time, if you got any other questions, we give them some time to look for that.
Okay.
Contract. I see Ms. Andreu back there.
No problem. I do have another question. Did we attempt to see if we can get better prices for this kind of system as opposed to continue with the same company?
Yeah, this one is a little bit more complicated because it's so embedded in the system. Broward County Public Schools, that is, with all the tangibles of monitoring bus location by parents, students, and families. And so to make it an easy transition to continue, we talked to this company during negotiations to negotiate discounts.
Okay, so I remember when we transition over, for example, to Focus, we do that over a certain time period. So are there other companies out there that offer this kind of service that would, whether it lends itself to timely transition into that particular system?
Yes, there are other companies that offer this service. One thing to think about when you think about other companies, they would have to come in and install new hardware for this to work appropriately, which takes a lot of time to do for over 1,000 buses. So there's a lot of other tangible things to consider when you're deciding to stay with a vendor that we're with right now versus transitioning to another one.
Right. So I understand that, Dr. Hepburn, but this contract was 2019, right? So we had ample time. We knew when this contract was going to end. So we had ample time to explore other options. And I'm not saying other options would be better. But the time factor, knowing when this contract expires, we could pre-plan as far as timely implementation should we resort to another system. So I guess I'm just trying to find out if there's anything better out there that is less costly, and if not, then no problem, but I don't know if we have that information.
No, we don't have that information, but I can tell you this is the gold standard for large school districts when it comes to this amount of buses on the road. So there may be other solutions, but they may not be able to meet our capacity. And if Dr. Clowers, if you got anything to add, feel free. But due to the volume of buses that we have, this is one of the systems that we know, based on our recent use of it, it's not going to break down, not going to have operational issues, and always available for staff and parent and family use.
Okay, so this particular system is being used by multiple large districts across the country?
Absolutely.
Okay. All right, and if I could, I don't know if you can get me the information on the prior contract.
Yep. Any info yet?
I actually do. 600K is what Mr. Harold just sent me, our financial manager.
Per year?
Per year.
Yes. So we're saving a.
Okay, so we're actually saving quite a bit. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And before I go to the next person, which is Ms. Thompson, Dr. Hepburn, can you just, for everyone to understand, because I did ask this question, this item is about Here Comes the Bus, is that correct?
Yes, this is the Here Comes the Bus that we're all familiar with. This is the system that we utilize across the whole entire district that all of our families are familiar with who have bus riders.
So. Thank you, because it wasn't, nowhere in the item did it say that, so thank you for that. Ms. Thompson.
My questions have already been asked and answered. Thank you.
Okay. Dr. Zeman.
Thanks so much, Chair. I have spoken a lot about competitive solicitations, and I'll say it again. You know, we have the legal authority to sole source. It's not the best general business practice to go with people you know and stick with them. If they're the best, they can win a competition. So I'm going to keep saying that, and hopefully we go away from the 10% of what we call competitive selections that are not competitive at all. They're just given to people that we know. My second question is, why doesn't Here Come the Bus work in the first 2 weeks of the school year?
Dr. Hepburn.
I don't want to give you the wrong answer, but I know why. See if they can articulate it a little bit better than I can. Go ahead, Dr. Clowers.
The superintendent. So Here Comes the Bus it does not work. It's not effective and does not give the accurate information. The first 2 weeks of school, we are still right-sizing our routes. We're trying to make sure that all the students that are registered are on the buses, all the students that need transportation get them, and then we're also trying to ensure the students that unfortunately are not eligible for the bus are not taking a seat of a student who is. So the first 2 weeks, the time of it based on even driver behavior, we're just getting back on the road. So the drivers are not used to the buses. The traffic is a little more chaotic. Parents are still taking their kids to school. So all of this plays a factor into parents rely on the reliability of that app. They want to know when the bus is going to be there within 15 minutes. And if we open it up the first 2 weeks, it's not correct. We ensure the first 2 weeks of school that we send additional buses to sweet stops to make sure that all the kids get to school timely, but those will not be reflected on Here Comes the Bus. So to err on the side of caution, this year we did start Here Comes the Bus earlier than last year, but to err on the side of caution, the first 2 weeks is not recommended, but for any district. I don't want to say, I'll say this, by the 2 districts we surveyed.
All right.
There you go.
If you want to go there, I'm happy to go there.
Nope,
I'm
definitely
really happy
wanted,
if you want.
No, sir.
Because I talked to the vendor, and that's not what they told me.
CalAmp?
So here's the problem, and we do this way too often.
Okay.
The parents want to know where the bus is. They want to know their kids got picked up. They want to know when the school bus gets to the school. Does the system have that capability from the first day of school on?
It has the ability to locate where the bus is. It will not accurately reflect the timeliness of that bus, though, for that student or that stop. Because right now, the system, Here Comes the Bus, does not track students. It tracks the bus.
Right, but does it track the buses accurately on day 1 of the school year?
Wherever, if you can.
So that's a trick question.
Yeah.
Can you word it a little bit differently? Because it does track the bus.
Yeah.
But it doesn't accurately portray the correct information.
So this system that we're about to pay either $1.4 or $2.4 million from, depending if you believe the executive summary or the financial worksheet, because they have 2 totally different numbers, cannot tell me what I can get off a cell phone of the driver or an AirTag from the driver. Is that what you're telling me? You're telling me, no, I'm not done yet. You're telling me that we're going to pay this much money for a system that cannot accurately put a AirTag on a map? Is that really what we're saying?
No, that's not what we're saying.
No.
To answer your question simply, yes, it can track the bus, but what she's trying to explain is the accuracy of when that student is going to get to that stop. That is not accurate in the first 2 weeks because everything is being settled and
I'm
the routes
hip
and all
to
that.
I'm hip to that, but
The question is, what do we want families to know during the first 2 weeks of school? Do we want them to know where the bus is, or do we want them to know also where the bus and their child is, expecting them to be at this specific stop accurately within 15 minutes? The first 2 weeks of school, it doesn't happen that way. There's changes, there's all kind of ebbs and flows as new students are being registered for the bus. It changes the route time. So I think the question for us as staff is, and for the board, if there's direction from the board to staff, is what do we want the families to know the first 2 weeks, if it's about just where the bus is at that moment in time, and that may be inaccurate from the drop-off time that we're given for routes.
this is another case where we have elected leaders sitting on this board that make these hard decisions. But we're not allowed to make this decision. And I just don't understand this over and over again. Our parents want to know where the bus is. If there's a sign on, here comes a bus that says, hey, the predicted time of getting to your bus stop is not accurate because we're all figuring out how to get there, that's fine. But they want to know the bus is coming. They want to know once their kids get on that it gets to school. I'm not afraid to show them that buses are not doing perfect routes. I'm not afraid to say, hey, this is the first 2 weeks. It takes time to get it together. But the parents are not served when they don't have this expensive system. And so I would love the board to talk about this and make that decision, because we represent the parents of those kids. And I think we have the best position to kind of say this is what they want. They elect us. So that's that. Last thing, so I hope we have that discussion someday. I hope this board's actually enabled to make decisions about the people who live here. That would be great. Second thing, is it 1.4 or $2.4 million? Am I supposed to believe the executive summary or the financial worksheet?
Are you asking me for the cost of, let me go to the executive summary. Oh, go ahead, thank you. Oh, we revised it. Go ahead, Ms.
Good afternoon, Jennifer Andreu, Executive Director. There was a revised financial analysis worksheet that should have been provided to the board. The correct amount is $1,439,424.
There was, I'm sorry, just to take that away, there was supposed to be one, but it was not included in the
No,
agenda package.
it's on there. It's there.
Okay. Thank you very much. I hope that we talk sometime as a school board about things that affect the parents of Broward County, because that's who we work for, and we can represent them very well, and we can find good balance, and we're not incidental to the process. We're here for a reason. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All those, Mrs. Alhadeff.
Thank you. So I concur with Dr. Zeman in the sense of that we want parents to be able to know where their kids are when they're on the school bus at all times. I remember one year Alyssa got on the wrong bus, and I was waiting for her at the bus stop, and she wasn't there. So I was very frantic. So I understand the parents being upset not knowing where their kids are at all times and to be able to track them. So, I wonder if there is parts of this application that maybe we're not using. Maybe with the student's ID, can they scan to when they get on the bus, and that will help. So I don't know, but maybe there's parts of this that we can use to help to better the system and get parents the information that they need.
No, that's a great question, and go ahead, Dr. Clowers, because I know we're moving towards that area as we speak.
We are. Through the superintendent. Yes, we are currently working on establishing a ridership pilot that will accurately tell the parents where their student is based on their ID badge. So we are working with several schools. We are waiting for the contract to be approved first, which hopefully today will be. Then we'll be reaching out to several schools to pilot it to see how it goes. We've also spoken to Ms. Mulder and the schools and other vendors as far as as the reprinting of the badges go, to see how effective it is, the timeliness of getting the badges the first 2-3 days of school, et cetera. So we are hoping to move in that direction.
So you will know where the bus is and who's scanned in to be on that bus. And so that's how you'll know if your kid is actually on that bus when you look at the GPS for Here Comes the Bus. Because right now, there's the scenario you gave with your daughter is that you would know where the bus is, but you wouldn't necessarily know if she's on that bus, but you know what bus she's supposed to be on.
Correct.
And so in the future, we'll have the capability to understand that student is actually on the bus.
I wish she was on the bus.
Yes.
And side note, through the superintendent, we also are working on the ability for the schools to be able to locate the students as well. Right now, that's a common request as well. Can the schools know, can they have access to Here Comes the Bus? We've worked out a way to where the schools will be able to see where that bus is and student as well.
I'm sorry, Chair, I have one more question whenever you're ready.
Mrs. Al-Haddad, are you done? Okay.
I heard that we saved $600,000 per year on this contract by doing a 3-year. Is that accurate?
Dr. Hepburn.
No, that's not accurate. We didn't say, the last contract was $600,000, approximately $600,000 a year. This contract is, I want to say like $475 per year.
We're saving $120,000 per year by renewing this contract at the 20% discount rate.
For 3 years.
For 3
years, yes, with the option of renewals.
Yep. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Sever.
Just on that note, excuse me, thank you for putting that in there. As everyone on this board knows, one of my big pet peeves are these multi-year contracts that we constantly enter into as a district. I often feel that we lose certain leverage and bargaining power when we do that. And I often ask why we are doing that. And I see here, this kind of jumped off the page to me when I was reviewing this late last week about the savings per year that we're doing this by signing up for 3 years. So I appreciate the information, and also I appreciate the discount, quite frankly. So thank you.
Thank you. All those in favor of item 001 say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously. The next item is 002. Can I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Rupert. Any public comment?
No, ma'am.
Mrs. Leonardi.
My questions were answered. Thank you.
Thank you. All those in favor of item 002 say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no.
No.
Motion carries 8-1. Next item is 005. Can I have a motion and a
moved.
second? It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Rupert. Any public comment?
No, ma'am.
Dr. Holness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just have a couple of questions. What is the process to determine what items, electrical supply items to store?
Hepburn.
Go ahead, Ms. Paul.
Well, we definitely consider the work orders that we have in the system. We look at the history of the type of items that we need to support the district. So that pretty much drives how we stock.
Okay, so how do you gauge buying too much items or having excessive storage of items?
Well, part of that is inventory management. So you look and see what the load is, or what the basic load is, or minimal level of stockage.
Okay, so Ms. Paul, would you say that at any time we have too many items stored that, as far as supplies?
I would say, in my experience, that typically is the case when you don't have if you don't have a robust inventory management program.
Is that the case with these electrical supplies?
I can't say that it is necessarily the case here, but I know that buying equipment and electrical equipment can be very costly.
Okay, so
Part of our HVAC and other equipment that we have, yes, the price is is very expensive.
Okay, so as we store these expensive items, right, how do we ensure that these items are secure, they're not stolen, they're not borrowed, that kind of a thing?
Well, again, it's inventory management. You know, the cyclic inventory, you compare that with the work orders and what was used to repair something and come up with what your current status is.
Okay, so how does the board know, for example, if we order all these electrical supplies and any items that we store, how does staff report back to the board to in terms of inventory management to make sure we're not losing items and money based upon being stolen or borrowed, that kind of a thing? I'm just curious.
I'm not aware that we do report that to the board, but I know that periodically there are audits on our stockage, so that would be the way.
Okay, so that would come to us through auditing as far as any losses due to.
Yes.
Okay, because this is a huge amount of money to store supplies, you know. So I'm curious to know as far as what is the history of losses and how much money that is for items that we're storing excessively in terms of cost.
That's something I would have to research and look at when the last audits were performed.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Zeman.
Yeah, all my questions have been answered already. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Zavera.
I'll second that. Holness, Dr. Holness was able to ask a lot of the areas of inquiry that I had on my sheet as well. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else? All those in favor of item 005 say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed say no. Motion passes unanimously. The next item is 008. Can I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Leonardi. Any public comment?
Yes, Madam Chair, we have one public speaker, Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh.
Good afternoon again, Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh, Plantation, Florida. So this item initially came to you October 14th, and it contained a paragraph that I highlighted, sent to you, that had red flag language in it. However, it was soon discovered there was not enough funds to cover the projected costs as intended. Funds were being used by another department, which was previously unaccounted for. The other department was also utilizing the same funds to cover the costs they incurred with the use of the ITBs, blah, blah, blah. Now, all they did to bring it back to you, echoing like this morning's situation, is they just took out the troublesome language in the new executive summary. I do appreciate that they tried to provide you with a schedule. It's the one with all the pretty colors on it. However, the problem there is that you cannot map the vendor to the scope. Call it the accountant in me and auditing habits die hard, but if you're going to have something that says breakdown, I should be able to map each vendor to each scope item. That's not possible here. Sometimes you can kind of guess, or you can guess if there's only one vendor, but when there are multiple vendors in the breakdown, they do not separate out the scope that's related to that vendor. That's a problem. On page 2, so you can't tell if you have staff augmentation or staff duplication or staff being supplanted, and this is a $4.5 million additional spending authority. There's a complete lack of transparency here. IT seems to have punted their problem child department to SSEP. It begs the question, doesn't IT use project management software? So they should be able to easily tell you how each of these things map back to the scope. But on the second page, and I have no doubt that money is being wasted and that there is mismanagement. And then there's the third child fraud. So in the 2025 scope under safety and security, who just inherited this problem, you have 5 line items. The first vendor, I can't tell what's different there, but it says in the scope, project managers and consultants to oversee projects in cyber and physical security under safety technology, essential for ongoing operations, including video surveillance and intercom systems. And there are 4 Tech Army line items and 1 Vitaver or whatever it is. That's $500,000. Does it make sense that you would have consultants overseeing district projects, or would you have district staff overseeing consultants in this particular context? Again, is it staff augmentation, staff duplication or are you supplanting staff? And how are they critical? So this needs to be audited, and if not, it can go to the IG.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other public comment?
No, Madam Chair.
Board Member Dr. Holness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Hepburn, there are 63 companies on here, is that correct?
That is correct.
And from the 63, how many of these companies are MWBE firms? Is that 7?
I would have to be a moment to dive into this, or Ms. Andrea, if you have that question. I see your head nodding, that's correct, yes. 7.
Okay, so 7 out of the 63 are MWBE firms. And based on the 7, how many have received any kind of work in this particular type of contract?
I am not sure if Ms. Andrea could provide some details.
Through the superintendent. So you will see Tech Army is a certified vendor, and they have received the majority of work for this particular item.
Okay, so Dr. Hepburn, I know I mentioned it before on the financial analysis sheet that there's a category that says MWBE status, and is there a reason we're not? It's a good reference to just see it, that we're not putting that status on the financial sheet.
Just a sec.
I think it's just been an oversight. They listed it on the executive
Okay.
summary and not on the financial analysis worksheet. So
I understand.
will ensure going forward that it's also listed
Okay,
on the
and Ms. Andrea, I've been saying this for months, right? I've said it before with the financial analysis sheet, that why aren't we putting, it's very easy to put it. I mean, it's once you look at it, then you can see it in a flash, without having to search all over. So the category is there, the column is there to put the MWBE status. So why aren't we just doing it? Because I've said it like months ago, and I've said it maybe 2 or 3 times since then.
It's just a manual process, Dr. Holness, and I will make sure going forward, I will personally make sure that we manually enter that.
Okay, and for the staffing, majority of the staff in here are not in-house, correct? We're looking to contract the work. Is that correct?
That's correct, Dr. Holness.
Okay, why are we not having, because it's a large amount of money, right? Why aren't we
these
not?
are very specific tasks and the skill set that's needed to perform these, such as installing cameras, because IT and also SSEP utilize these services just to harden our schools, also dealing with IT issues and other safety and security issues. So it's a specific skill set that we need, that if we hired people for this, it probably costs more.
Okay, so have we explored if it would cost more to hire as opposed to contracting out?
At this scale, difficult to hire at this scale for the level of expertise that we need to do this type of work. And I don't know, Mr. Davis, if you want to just give a little quick short synopsis of some of the things and the expertise that are needed for some of the work that needs to be done.
Absolutely. Good afternoon, Board. Trey Davis, Chief Information Officer. You're right on, Superintendent. Dr. Hepburn. Some of the skills required here are project-based. They aren't always long tenured. They're also very specialized in nature. For example, around SAP development, BACP integration. To hire someone just for project-based work that might not last, more than 3 months or what have you, it's far more costly. If it were long-term, recurring year over year, then you would look at is your core competency or not. But in this case, this is why we use vendors. In this particular case, the first 2 vendors that you see mentioned there, are disadvantaged businesses as well, as you mentioned, Dr. Holness.
I understand. So majority of these, Dr. Hepburn, are short-term, really technical expertise that's required. Right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Severa.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. I share some of the concerns that we've heard from the speaker. I mean, this is a tremendous amount of money, and as I'm going through this and the appendixes and the breakdown of who the vendors are, I'm not seeing enough specificity to make me comfortable here as to what these companies are doing and how are they justifying the amounts of money that are being suggested on here. I hate to keep coming back to this, but I think it's a good example. Our lawn maintenance contracts. I had an issue with spending $11 million on the landscaping companies initially. Ms. Paul and her team had agreed to provide a breakdown and post it online, and we had some conversations about that. And after doing that, I felt a lot better knowing where that $11 million was going, and incidentally learned that landscaping at a large scale level can be very expensive. So my concern with seeing something like this, you know, I'm seeing line items in a 2-page spreadsheet on Appendix B that's not giving me enough a comfort level high enough to be able to justify, and the transparency here I think is also lacking. I'd like to see a lot more of a financial breakdown as to where this money is going, to what specific vendor, and perhaps more importantly, how is the vendor using the money? Other than saying we're giving Tech Army $1 million. Okay, that's fantastic. I'm sure Tech Army are great folks, and they're hopefully going to go do a good job for us, but I want to know where that $1 million is going and how it's being broken down. When we get into these multi-million-dollar deals, and I've been saying this since May, the more information that you give to the public, the better. The more information you give to this board, the better. And we don't have to keep having these conversations, asking the same questions. Where's the money? Where's the money? Where's the money going here? So I'm not comfortable with this as presented, and I will not be supporting this today.
Thank you. Mrs. Rupert?
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Silvera. You're quite on point there. I have a few questions. How many former Tech Army employees currently work for SBBC now?
Dr. Hepburn?
I don't have the information unless staff has that.
They would have it, though, because it's a quick number in your head.
Good afternoon, Daryl Diamond, Director of Project Management Office. Ms. Rupert, can you just ask me the question one more time so I know that I'm giving you the right answer?
Thank you. In the last, let's just say 2 years, we've worked with Tech Army before. The district was satisfied with them. But I know that over the last year, because I've actually objected to some of these hires, because they were coming on as former vendors back into our system getting paid more. So I think Dr. Zeman said, show me the money or show me the proof. It is there. So I won't be supporting this item, but I'll tell you why. Too many people have come there from there. I understand if it's project-based, then it's still a crazy amount of money. And there's a lot going on behind the scenes, and I'm not talking out of turn, am I, Dr. Hepburn? I'm not talking out of turn, am I?
We've received concerns from various board members. We've already reviewed those and put certain controls in place. But I do want to caution the board about not approving certain items, and Mr. Severa talked about a good one, which was the landscaping one. We started getting emails like crazy because grass is overgrown, trees are overtrimmed. So, and for this one, this is a little bit tougher because there's work being done right now essential to the district's operation in IT and in safety and security that if it stops, it makes us very vulnerable and we can't finish essential things. So I just want to add that caution to this. So we're here to answer any questions that may be available. If we need to take a pause and go get that information, we don't have it at our fingertip, so everybody can feel comfortable moving forward. But this makes the district vulnerable in finishing out certain tasks that we have in progress right now.
Right, and I'm sensitive to that, but I know that's not what's going to happen. And I could spend a long time talking about this. What I believe it needs to be Inspector General looking at this, as well as audit. They need to be audited, and we need to follow the money and follow the hires, and then let's talk about having a safe area to work and for our kids. I would never put that in jeopardy, never. So I'm confident that my vote no today would not jeopardize any person's safety in this building at all. So it's a no for me. And I have talked about this privately with the superintendent in case people up here are like, I have multiple times.
Mrs. Alhadeff?
My question on page 2, where it says the copy of the ITB documents is available online and there's a link. When I click on the link, it's not available. It's an error. Can we get a clickable link?
Dr. Hepburn?
Yes, we'll update that link. It was clickable because I've clicked on it several times before this meeting, so I don't know what happened between now and then. So we'll make sure the link is
broken link.
Yeah, it's not broken anymore. So I don't know what happened in the transition of.
Maybe we can table this. I need the link to be able to vote.
Do you want to make a motion?
I move to table
Second.
to the end of our meeting.
Any public comment on the motion?
And if there's, I'm sorry to interrupt, if there's any additional information that the board needs while we're tabling this, if you can speak now so we can gather that and bring it back.
I'm in favor, Natalie Lynch-Walsh, in favor of the motion. I think Mr. Severa was also pretty clear on what he needed. I don't know how they're going to get that today, so this sounds like something that's going to be deferred till the next meeting, but I support at least tabling it for now.
Board member discussion? Dr. Holness?
Madam Chair, I just want to know if because Mr. Silvera and Board Member Silvera and Board Member Alhadeff request information that may be forthcoming as well as may not. Is this an item that could be discussed at the special school board meeting? Should we need to do so? Would they be able to provide us with information?
Dr. Hepburn?
If there's going to be a special school board meeting next week, I don't think that delays it. If Mr. Davis or Chief Garrett.
There is next week.
There is, okay. Would that delay anything, Mr. Davis?
So when would the meeting be?
Next week.
Next week? We can do it next week.
Okay. Dr. Hepburn, I just want to make sure that you provide all the information the board needs because this seems essential to get passed or to move.
Oh, absolutely.
Yep. So, all right, thank you.
That's not working.
Any other board members? Mrs. Bowman?
Do we know exactly what we're looking for here for what we will be relying on to make the decision? Is that clear too?
The only two things I have so far is a working link and also the scoped out information per vendor that Mr. Severa.
So what's already been what we are going to be paying each vendor?
What Nora asked.
Yes, and Ms. Rupert, if you can repeat what you asked for.
Yes, thank you. How many former Tech Army employees currently work for school board? And also, if yes, I mean, I know the answer is yes. How many in the last 2 years? What are they getting paid? And what is the rate as long as the link's back up? I know what they're going to be paid. The company is going to be paid. But I really want to focus hard on this. So thank you.
Any other, Mrs. Bowman, didn't you get your answer?
I just want to make sure that we have the scope so we're not doing this again next week.
Anybody else need to add what they would like to see come back?
Is yours?
I think Mr. Severa mentioned his earlier.
I have so many questions, I'm not going to share them. I'll wait for it to come back and I'll bring it
Well,
up next week.
Perhaps Mr. Cervera could just outline again, just quickly for us
What my request is?
Yeah, what your request was.
Okay, so when you, excuse me, when you look at the Appendix B, all it does in these columns, for some of them, not all, for instance, I'm looking at page 2 on the 2025-2026 breakdown. For Tech Army, it lists $23,040. Okay, fantastic. I want to know what all of these vendors are doing and how much they're being paid. So for right now, for this hypothetical, it looks like in this category, Tech Army is getting $23,000. Okay, fantastic. What is Tech Army doing? Like the last item with the electrical stuff, we literally had a breakdown about how much we were paying per light bulb, right? To justify that ask. Now here it's like double the amount, or maybe a little bit less, asking this board to approve $4 million plus, and I don't know where the money is going, how it's being utilized, what vendor is getting what. the hyperlink is broken, which I think kind of supports my point on all of this. I need to know where the money is going, to which company, and what that company is doing to justify getting paid.
So we got it. And apparently the hyperlink is working for some, but it's not working for me either. So we'll figure it out. We'll send something clean.
Madam Chair, I just have a quick comment. So Dr. Hepburn, you will try to provide, just for clarity, this information by the end of this meeting, and if you can't, then it will be added to this special school board meeting next week.
The scope, I know we won't be able to.
Okay, so it's coming back for the special school board meeting. Okay, got it.
Okay, Madam Chair, I'll change my motion
Okay,
to
'cause I
table
was-
it to the special school board meeting next week.
Okay. Okay, all those in favor of tabling the item until next Tuesday, November 18th, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, say no. Motion carries, so it will come back to us on the 18th.
Chair, can I have a concluding comment, please, before you move to the next item?
Yes.
All these contracts are important. All of them need to get done. I don't, just as a board member, appreciate the pressure, though, to make decisions in the absence of good data or in the presence of serious doubts about our procurement process. So this is a balancing act, but part of the job of school board members is to make sure that we have fidelity in our processes and that we do things that are in the best interest of Broward County. I intend to be very, very, clear about that to everybody. And, if that means services get paused, it's not because of this school board. The school board's doing their job to make sure that we proceed with fidelity, both in policy and law. Thank you.
Thank you. The next item is 0010. Can I have a motion
So
and a
moved.
second? It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Rupert. Any public comment?
No registered speakers for the remaining of the board items, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Thompson?
My questions were answered. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Holness?
You said 0010?
Yes, sir.
No, I'm 0011, I'm sorry.
Oh, I had you on both.
Sorry about that. No,
Dr.
10 is gone.
Thanks so much. Chair, do you know if this was presented to the board before it went out for solicitation?
Dr. Hepburn?
I do know this. This was presented to the board in March. Correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Paul, of early this year. From on the.
I'm not really sure, Ms. Andreu.
Was this solicitation presented to the board before it was released?
Through the superintendent, no, the solicitation was not presented to the board.
Thank you very much. Does this solicitation quote the school board as anything that is not true?
No, it does not.
Not that I'm aware of.
Terrific. Does this solicitation have any conditions that will be waived later on in the solicitation or were waived later in the solicitation process?
Dr. Hepburn?
Not that I'm aware of.
Terrific. I'll reserve the rest of my questions for a formal submit. Thank you very much.
Okay. Anybody else? All those in favor of item 0010, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no.
Nope.
Let's do a roll call.
Roll call. School board members Rupert. Thompson. Zeman.
No.
Alhadeff.
Yes.
Bowman.
No.
Severo. I'll take that as a no. Hickson.
Yes.
Holness.
Yes.
Leonardi.
Yes.
Fails. 4-5.
Next item is 0011. Can I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Bowman. No public comment. Mrs. Leonardi?
I had asked for a follow-up on this, and I think maybe I needed to be more specific. And I know we can't base our decision solely on cost, but I was wondering if there was a cost comparison between the three vendors that had bid on this.
Dr. Hepburn?
Mr. Davis.
Trey Davis, Chief Information Officer. We did get some comparative data, actually today, I believe, that per vendor. I don't know if Max Rosario, do you have any other info? No. So we can get that to you as a board follow-up.
Okay. Okay. So wait, we can't have that right now.
I can send it over right now.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Next is Dr. Holness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So regarding cellular service, I know that we're looking to continue with, and I'm just opening up the item with AT&T, I believe. Yep, AT&T. So, Dr. Hepburn, I know that I've been told that cities like New York City has basically hotspot checkout type programs for students, or at least hotspot accessibility for students in need. So for Broward County, with renewing this with AT&T, are we able to have hotspot checkout programs for students who are in need? I'm being told that New York City, when they distribute new laptops with connectivity, that they also provide hotspot connectivity for the students. Is that something we're considering here?
Dr. Hepburn.
Go ahead, Mr. Davis. And you're specifically talking about AT&T with New York, or just overall?
Just overall, because we're looking to bring AT&T to continue with them. Is there, what are we getting? Are we getting anything different? Are we getting something enhanced?
Go ahead, Mr. Davis.
Yes, Trey Davis, Chief Information Officer. So I think under the current contract, the answer is no. And certainly something that could be added, no doubt, from any one of these telco vendors, but there's going to be a cost involved. But we also have, as you know, published, and we keep up to date under student services up on the browardschools.com website, free to reduced internet coverage, as well as the Broward Wi-Fi model as well. So.
Okay, so Mr. Davis, my interest is that, and I know what we have on the website in terms of reduced internet access and so on, but my interest is that we provide opportunities for all students in Broward County, regardless of where they live, to be able to have access to some sort of a internet service and so on and so forth. So are you able to provide what the cost would be to have hotspot checkout programs for students who are in need or in general?
So I'm going to give it to you off the cuff a little bit here, but it would be maybe $15 to $17 per student per month, including device and warranty and all. If you look across the board, given our student population, at a minimum, that's millions of dollars a year in cost of internet coverage, and it depends on which vendor you're talking about, but that's kind of an average.
Okay, so for the current contract here, has prices changed since 2020 when we had the original contract with AT&T?
Max, we're still. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, I just wanted to confirm with Max. We're still locked in with that price, yes.
Okay, so I know that the market is competitive, so how are we ensuring that we're getting the best services at the best price?
Well, we do constantly scan. What you'll find is there'll be different offerings from different vendors. For example, they'll say we'll give you a free case with cellular coverage, but you got to still pay for the service. So the reality is they all sort of work at different angles with regards to whether or not nothing's for free, basically.
Okay, so would you say with this particular contract that we're getting the best service for the best price based upon what you've explored?
I absolutely, at this point.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you. Next, okay, that's everyone. Anybody else? Oh, Mr. Severo.
Just for clarification, I think, Dr. Holness, what you were alluding to, and tell me if I'm wrong, I know some of these major telecommunication companies in major metropolitan cities will have these like hotspots that you can line up with as long as you're using their equipment, right? I understood that was free, like as long as you're using that provider, like Xfinity Cable. Like I can go to the downtown Fort Lauderdale and there's always like an Xfinity hotspot that I can log on to because I have Xfinity cable, right? Is that not the same thing with, is that what, first of all, Dr. Holmes, is that what you're referring to?
That sounds correct, yes.
Okay. Is that not the same for AT&T? We have to actually pay for that when other providers offer it for free?
Yeah, there are different options for connecting to Wi-Fi. For example, Broward County has these municipal zones, that allows for, let's say, if you use a student device that has, capacity to connect to a Wi-Fi hotspot. It's not cellular, right? But it's connecting to a data network that is free, just like you can if you go to libraries. You can connect to their hotspots for free, but they're not giving you the device like a cellular hotspot device for free and giving you the service for free.
So I think we're talking about two different things. I think if the infrastructure is set up for the telecommunications company to have a free hotspot, like the Comcast example, that's set up. Anybody with a Comcast account can log into that. So if you're in that zone, you get it for free. It's not an additional charge. I think what you're alluding to, Mr. Davis, is an actual hotspot that needs to be created, and there's a service for that, right? Like I can pay to have a mobile hotspot. So if I want to go to, Oshkosh, whatever, in the middle of nowhere, as long as I have a clear view of the sky, I can have a hotspot. That you have to pay for. But these devices are equipped to get the free hotspots for free, right? There's no additional charge if the service is being offered to the general public and a student has to be in that range. They still get it for free, correct?
Well, no, if you have to have a capable device. So if you have a device, for example, like a student laptop, which has the ability to connect to a wireless network that may be accessible outside of our network, let's just assume, right, or other hotspot, you've got to have something to connect to that hotspot, that's available at, whether it be a library or whether it be in a metropolitan zone. We have some areas in parks where it's available, but again, you can't do that unless you have a device to use to connect to that.
And the account also. So I know what both of you are saying. That I think the question that was answered before is the assumption that Dr. Holdens was talking about us giving a kid a hotspot, a physical hotspot. But for the example that you gave, yes, I'm a Comcast customer. If I go to the park and there's an Xfinity hotspot, I can log in with my account. And I have a device that, like Mr. Davis said, actually can connect to it with my account. So it's the same thing. So if AT&T has hotspots around town, if you have an AT&T service cell phone, you should be able to connect to that network.
Yeah, exactly. That's a bit like in me using there's an Xfinity Wi-Fi hotspots that are in metropolitan areas around the country, for example. If I'm a Comcast customer, for example, maybe I normally use it at home, with my router. But if I go out with my laptop and I'm sitting in, let's say, a public space, and I can see the Xfinity Wi-Fi, SSID or hotspot, I can connect to that using my account, for example. But that's the key right there, is that there are some Wi-Fi free zones that are open in the county, and that's up on our website as well, but you have to have a device to connect to it.
Gotcha. Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you. All those in favor of item, Dr. Zeman.
I just want to point out there's no such thing as free Wi-Fi. You're just paying for it through your Comcast bill, Mr. Sever. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. Fair. Yeah.
Makes me feel better though.
All those in favor of item 0011 say aye. Aye. Any opposed say no. Motion passes unanimously. Next item is 0012. Can I have a motion and a second? It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Dr. Holness. No public comment. So board member comment, Ms. Thompson.
My questions were answered. Thank you.
Okay, all those in favor of item 0012 say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously. The next item is 0016. Can I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
Been moved by Ms. Thompson, seconded by Dr. Zeman. There was no public comment. Board member discussion, Dr. Zeman.
Thank you for being so fast, Chair. You beat me to the item. Yep, I have my question answered as well. Thank you.
Excellent. All those in favor of item 0016 say aye. Aye. Any opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously. The last item on the agenda to be discussed today, although we still have some more stuff, is item P2. Could I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
It's been moved by Dr. Zeman, seconded by Mrs. Leonardi. There's no public comment, so next is Dr. Holness.
Okay, it's for PP2, correct? Okay, so I just have a question on the charter school portion of it. Let me just find it. Again, we have a red line, red font version here. That's the one that I'm on. Dr. Hepburn, the information on the red line version, this is all new information. This is all pretty much changes being reflected. I'm sorry, Dr. Fulton, I didn't see you. He left. Okay, Dr. Fulton, is this information all new that reflects changes, or is this just red font as opposed to red line?
So I'm pulling it up, but if it's red line, that should be new information.
So in this case, this is all new changes that's reflected from the original policy, correct?
Dr. Fulton.
Typically, yes, but I do apologize. I'm trying to pull it up. We did a seat change.
Okay, because if it is all new, then I mean, a majority of this policy then would be new. So I am just suspicious that some of these red lines are part of the original. I
Dr.
don't know.
Fulton, if I may.
Go ahead, please.
If this is this the contract, double P2, this entire policy is new.
Okay, so why?
So all of the language is new language. This is, I think, the third time the board is seeing this. Fourth time.
Understand.
The board. So, but just so you're aware, Dr. Holness, the reason why all of it is red is because the entire policy is a new policy.
Okay, but all of it is not red. Some of it is black and some of it is red.
So the parts that are black are the parts that were passed because this is, I think, the third time it's been at a board meeting. So when portions were passed at previous board meetings, and then we know at the last board meeting, the board asked for another change. So the portions that are red, and my staff is in the back, and Asha, Dr. McGlasson or Mr. Parker, correct me if I'm wrong, the portions that are red now are changes that came as of the last time it was before the board at the last board meeting.
Okay, so got it. So the portions that we're looking at that are red, they were not approved in the past. Is that correct?
Those are changes that the board asked to be made in the last time it was here.
Okay, and that was in a workshop?
No, that was at a board meeting.
Okay, because, okay. Well, I'll just ask my question on M, which is page 5 on, so on page 5, what are examples of premium services agreement for charter schools? What are some examples?
So premium services agreements are, as you know, each year, throughout the year, so charter schools ask for services that are above and beyond the 5% that are included in the administrative fee that's held back. So, for example, if they want services, additional services from the athletics department, if they want additional service, athletics is one of the main ones, but different services that are above and beyond what we're statutorily required to pay. So that is why we have our venture design department, where those premium services agreements come to the board. The board approves them, but there's also like a payment fee of how much they're going to pay for those services that are above and beyond the 5% administrative fee.
Understand. So, Dr. Wanza, what we are doing here then, in essence, is approving this particular letter M, item M, for the superintendent to have the latitude to make decisions on charter school premium services agreement without having to come to the board. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so and these services are, as you mentioned, are services that go above and beyond the requirement of the board to charter schools.
That is correct. These are additional services that the charter school is contracting with the district to provide, and they pay for those additional services.
Okay, and when the superintendent makes these decisions for charter schools premium services agreements, it will only come to the board 2 days, or it will come to board members or provided to school board members 2 days after these decisions are made. Can you explain that part?
Sure. So the way I understand is that when anything that the superintendent is given the authority to exercise under his signature, then similar to, and correct me if I'm wrong, similar to like change orders that the superintendent approves, that as the superintendent makes whatever decisions that are allotted to him under his authority, he will then advise the board within, I think the policy says 2 days of the decisions that were made under his authority as granted in the policy.
Okay, so Dr. Wanza, in the past, these agreements usually come to the board, correct?
So the approval of the agreement.
The approval
yes,
of the agreement.
Yes, they come to the board.
Okay, but in this case, they would not. So I have a concern with the charter school premium services agreements because these are agreements that go beyond what we're required, and I would prefer to see those come to the board. So I have another question, Dr. Wanza, if you don't mind, Dr. Hepburn. Charter school articulation agreements, can you expound on that?
Dr. Hepburn.
Dr. Wanza.
Hold on one second. I'm going to see if Ms. Collins can come down. But if you can go to your next question, and then I'll make sure we can get them all.
Okay, so well, charter school articulation agreements, those normally come to the board prior to these changes, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so I want to understand what's inclusive of charter schools articulation agreements to determine whether or not as a board we should give the superintendent latitude to make decisions on these agreements without us seeing them first. So, Madam Chair, can I make a motion? You can go, Madam Chair. Madam Vice Chair will be in place. I'd like to make a motion to strike out M, that charter school premium services agreements come to the board, because these are agreements that go beyond what we're required, and I personally would like to see them before the superintendent makes decisions on them. Okay. All right, Dr. Wanza, do you have any information on the articulation agreements?
Ms. Collins is on her way down, and I don't know if there are going to be any other changes. I'm just trying to make certain that if there are, and I'm looking at Ms. Jack Adams to see what will be the process. You know, what would have to come back now again in December? Is this considered substantive, or just so we understand the process?
Through the chair, it is considered a substantive change because you're deleting an entire section.
Okay, so for the charter school articulation agreement, I just want to understand what those are to better understand what we're voting on. So I don't know if we need to move to the next item, Madam Vice Chair, or if anyone else has comments on this, then I'm willing to forego my comments until later.
Dr. Wanza.
So I believe this is the last item. Ms. Collins is in the elevator. As soon as the elevator can get her down here.
Let me go to someone else, but
okay,
while we're
you can come back to me.
Mr. Cervera.
Thank you. I'd like to know the role played by our general in-house counsel's department in preparing this document. I know this has kind of been a work in progress, but this final version of 3820, I'd like to know how involved general counsel's office was in this process to date.
So whenever, through the chair, so whenever a policy comes to us, we legally review it. So a lot of the business decisions as to what is placed within the policy, that's made by staff, and we legally review it to ensure that the right, it's correct in terms of the law. It references the correct law. It says the correct things from the law, and just general, grammar, etc. with regards to the policy. So this particular policy was legally reviewed by one of our counsel, Mr. Vignola.
Dr. Hepburn, if I may add, additionally, and Mr. Vignola's title is what, Deputy General Counsel, was heavily involved in crafting the language in the policy.
Accurate?
That is correct.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Dr. Seaman.
Thanks, Chair.
What?
I was a major advocate of this policy for a long time, and now for, I think, some very justifiable reasons, I am not in favor of any word on this document. There has been things put in the public domain, many of which that I could verify, that makes me pause about our entire acquisition system, our solicitations process, and it may have been, highlighting for one particular solicitation, but so far I have not been able to get any, kind of response from the administration that I deem reasonable. So in the public domain, there's a article in the Florida Daily, a group I have no idea what they are, who they are, but it doesn't really matter. They kind of highlighted some things, several of which I could verify already. But it starts with us asking for the construction management agent owner's rep contract to come to the board. At such a meeting, we could have debated how many vendors we wanted. We could have debated strategies. We could have debated a number of things that would have made sense. For some reason, it never came to the board, even though our policy requires it, and we specifically asked for it. Three board members asked for it. It didn't come. Then the solicitation says things that the school board says that we didn't say. It says that we said there would only be 2 vendors selected. Madam Chair, did we say that?
I don't believe we discussed it.
Let me read from the solicitation. The school board has determined that engaging the assistance of a team is the most flexible, of 2 teams, is the most flexible, cost-effective means. I'm quite confident that I would have remembered saying that, but I did not. The solicitation required vendors to hop over a very high hurdle with a financial requirement, which I wouldn't say is wise at all. We would like lots of vendors to bid on things so we could get the best value. In general, when you buy things, you want to have a lot of, if you're going to buy a car, you're going to go to a lot of dealerships, you're going to look around, right? So we would like to do that. But that's a debatable issue. That's a judgment issue. What's indefensible is that that requirement was lifted during the evaluation. Why is that a big deal? It's a big deal because there were thousands of firms excluded from bidding. And then we took it away. And the general counsel's rep to the CUSEC said it was a technicality. That's not a technicality. That's really not a technicality. And I appreciate the role of the general counsel. I'm not saying that their support to the staff wasn't appropriate, but what they were told to do, I don't think was wise. I have serious questions about one of the vendors being qualified that got through, and I've passed that on to the staff to verify. And so we'll see if, in fact, that's true or not. There are a number of other things in the article. My concern isn't to assess those things today. My concern is to say those things are in the public domain. Our job is to make sure that we have a fair, full, and open competition process, that things that happen here pass our standards. The things I've been able to verify already do not pass my standards. I don't like a lot of this, and I've seen the documents. It's not something that I need to take out of some blog post. I have seen these things. And so I have no interest in considering this policy. I have no interest in extending the authorities of the superintendent or the staff. And I intend, at the end of this item, to make a motion that will allow us to investigate the claims of this article in a voracious way to make sure that this board is made aware of what's true and what's not true. Because just me reading the documents isn't sufficient. We need somebody to look at this and to make sure that we've done things well. Before I make that motion, I'm going to let people debate this and decide what their view of it. I'm one of 9. But I am somebody that has run a consulting company for the past 16 years that bids on contracts. lived hundreds of proposals that I've submitted, so I know that process. I'm also representing Broward County in this role, and I believe that what happened in terms of the construction management agent, owner's rep contract was not wise, did not exercise good judgment, and is against our policy, in addition to other decisions being made that were just not in the best interest of the school. So I ask you to read this, think hard about this. We've got a lot of options in front of us. We can table this. We can discuss it now. But when time permits, Chair, I have a motion to make before we get off this item. Thank you.
Okay, well, I think you were the last person to speak. So, Dr. Holman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'd just like to hear from legal counsel for policy 3820. Is there any legal concerns that board members should have with delegating any of these authority to the superintendent as far as approving contracts?
Ms. Shock Adams.
Through the chair, that question doesn't focus on whether or not the policy is legally sufficient. The policy is legally sufficient. Whether or not you want to provide the superintendent with delegated authority as indicated in this policy is a question that's up to the board.
Okay.
So I won't be able to opine as to whether it is a good business decision or not. It's just a choice of the board. But in terms of the policy itself, it is legally sufficient.
Okay, so the policy is legally sufficient, but as board members, and I hear you, Ms. Adams, is there any legal ramification for this board to support this policy in delegating certain authority to the superintendent that we need to be aware of? Is there any cautionary suggestion to the board as far as any kind of state statute, anything that we need to be aware of? Should we support this item that can have legal consequences to individual or collective board members?
I do not have any information that would suggest that. All I can state is that the document itself is legally sufficient. There is nothing in the document that gives me pause in terms of the legality. What you're asking is actually a question that goes towards the business decision as to whether you want to, but there's nothing illegal about delegating specific authority to the superintendent, as is indicated in this policy.
Is there any statute that would limit us for delegating specific authority to the superintendent?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, and I think you asked Ms. Collins to come, right, and answer a question. So if Ms. Collins could come up.
Can you repeat the question, Dr. Holness?
Yes, it mentions charter school articulation agreements on page 5. I just wanted more information and on what are considered articulation agreements. Give me examples.
Oh, sorry. Thank you for the question, Dr. Holdness. Good afternoon, everyone. Dante Collins, Director of the Charter School Management Support Department. Articulation agreements are agreements that allow students within who fall under the same umbrella of one nonprofit entity to move seamlessly between two charter schools. For example, many of our charter schools are co-located on one site. However, it's not a seamless K-8 pattern. There could be students within one MSID that's a K-5 and then another MSID that's actually a 6-8. So by having an articulation agreement between the two schools, it will allow the students to transition between the schools. Right now, when you have students who move between MSIDs, because it is illegal to move students between two MSIDs without parent notification, they would be able to move without that because it is, again, under one nonprofit entity. That's the same governing board for both locations, and they wouldn't have to do that notification because it is an articulation agreement in place.
Okay, so typically prior to this, it would simply come to the board as sort of a, to approve it, but we could not approve it, correct?
Yes, sir. Formality.
It's formality.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so in this case, that would then just allow the superintendent to proceed.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Bowman?
Thanks, Chair. Just to kind of frame what Dr. Holness was asking about the legality, I think that the real question is, well, when this came to us in the beginning of this year, it was brought to us with the understanding that we would have, it would free up time and business would be conducted in a speedier manner. Because it doesn't, we wouldn't have the block of having to come to the board and approve everything, and you could do things. But I would say at this point, now that this is months later, we have, so you're looking at like $500,000 and below per this policy doesn't have to be approved by the board. Now that we have some serious budget concerns, and there's also concerns brought up about procurement processes and things that we've dealt. The question is this to Dr. Zeman's point, I guess, is this the time to do this, or is this something that we want to wait to do until we have a little bit better understanding of our budget and how this is all going to play out? Because if we approve this, then certain things will be taken out of our hand. We're basically giving up the power of the board to control budget, which, in this particular case, now that we have a different situation than we did at the beginning of the year when we talked about this, I think is something that we really need to seriously consider, because ultimately the budget is our responsibility, and we're responsible to the taxpayers to make sure that we're using their money wisely. So I think it's not that it's not legal. If we approve it, it'll be legal, but that's not the question. It's how much power do you want to divest yourself of when this is the power that we're given as board members. Thanks.
Okay. Mr. Severe?
Just kind of one last point. There's a difference between something being legal and whether or not it's the best business practice of a board, right? I don't doubt, I looked at this and nothing jumped off the page in the 2 or 3 times that I read it. I don't think these contractual terms are illegal. I don't think that we don't have the ability to delegate this to the superintendent if we so choose. I think what this board needs to consider is whether or not it's the best business practice for all of us. We are facing a lot of uncertain times in budgetary issues and a lot of things what we're doing right now. And I agree with Board Member Bowman about having some of that power taken away from us as a board, as the entity that is the public face of these decisions, as the ones who has to go back to their districts and deal with their constituents, or not just their districts, every time you're walking around the county. So I don't think we should necessarily be satisfied with the sense of, everything in this proposed policy under 3820 is legal and it was properly vetted by our general counsel's office. Well, that's fantastic. I'm just not sure if it's the best business practice for this board to be delegating this amount of authority in these uncertain times that we're going through.
Ms. Thompson?
I just wanted to say quickly, because this was the board's directive to make this policy, so I just want to thank staff for all the time that you spent on this. And I do think there's been a shift in at least the board's understanding of the current financial situation, and that might be why this policy is voted down today. But I do just really want to appreciate staff, because you did exactly what we told you to do. And that's where we are. But thank you guys so much.
Okay. All right. All those in favor of item P2 say aye. Aye. Any opposed say no.
No.
I'm going to guess that failed, but let's do a roll call.
School board members: Thompson. No. Zeman.
No.
Alhadeff.
Yes.
Bowman.
No.
Severa. No. Hickson.
Yes.
Holness.
No.
Leonardi.
Yes.
Rupert. No. Fails 3-6.
Okay. Thank you. We have, I believe, exhausted all of the items.
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. Ms. Thompson would like to make a motion. Sorry.
I'd like to make a motion to bring back 0010 so that the superintendent can clarify the impact of this not passing.
Second.
Yes, absolutely, and I'll have Ms. Paul help out too. But just to remind the board that this is work that's associated with the DEFP. A lot of projects that are currently going on, and a lot of projects that are slated based on our DEFP projects that are up to $7.5 million. So $7.5 million and below. So just want to reiterate that. And Ms. Paul, if there's anything that you want to add, because this stops most of our work, not all, but a majority of our projects around the district right now.
Sorry, Superintendent, or Ms. Paul, can you actually expand on like examples of what that means?
So several of the vendors are roofers. So, we talked about a roof for Broward Estates. That would be part of this CSMP. Maintenance, our preventive maintenance, that would be a part of this CSCP. The utilities work that we do in conjunction with the city, that would be part of it. Our routine maintenance, that would be part of it. So, primarily we contract out a fair amount, a large amount of work to these very same contractors. So it would be crippling not to have this project or this CSMP passed.
And then just a reminder to the board, on March 11th, this ITB and the funding was approved. This is to approve all the agreements with the individual 18 vendors.
And so just to clarify, if one of my elementary schools' air conditioning goes out, would not passing this prevent the air conditioning from being fixed?
It could, because we also have electrical contractors on here. So it's not just the HVAC. When you're thinking about air conditioning, it's the electrical part of it that we have to call these people out to look at. Transformer blows, if it's on our side, we'd have to call them out along with FPL. So yes, this is very important to our district that we have these pool of contractors to call, not only in emergency situations, but in our routine maintenance situations.
I'm formulating one more question. It's already back on the table.
It's on the floor.
It's Mrs. Hickson. Can you come back to me?
Sure. Mrs. Leonardi.
How does this impact the 5-year playground plan and the painting schedule for our schools?
Dr. Heffern.
So these,
go ahead, Ms. Paul.
So these are contractors, so it's very likely that we could ask them to do a part of that work, whether it's painting or roof repair, any of those type things. I can provide you a detailed list of how we've used these vendors in the past, but they're primary vendors. I didn't want to just single out one individual, but yeah, we do business with them as a matter of routine. We don't have staff to do all this work, and this is how we leverage our vendors to do this work.
So let me ask the question a little bit differently. If this item remains unpassed, how does that impact the 5-year playground plan and the painting schedule?
Well, this is not just with playground. This is not just with painting.
I know, but I'm asking specifically about those two
So
things.
if there's any kind of electrical issues with painting, if we have to move something, if we have to adjust something, we use vendors to do that. If there are any kind of issues with the playgrounds, if it's something below ground, I think we had an incident where we had a pipe that was broken, and we had to call one of these contractors in to repair it before we could do anything with the playground. So they're all basically intertwined with the work that we do.
Dr. Zeman.
Thanks so much, Chair. To the General Counsel, if once we learn more information about the procurement solicitation department and the functions in Broward County that do these things, could we bring this back in December and pass the same contract award?
Through the chair.
Mrs. Jacques Adams.
Yes, you would be able to.
Terrific. And to the chair, do we have vendors currently under contract that can do the work that's been referenced in the last few minutes?
Dr. Hepburn.
Ms. Paul?
We are the size of a city, so we need all of these vendors to do the work. We have a massive DEFP plan. We have construction projects that are going on, so we need all of these vendors to do the work.
I appreciate that, but Dr. Siemens' question was, do the vendors that we have now, would they be able to do the work that was being referenced?
These are some of the vendors that we currently use now.
Since that
If right
We're
now it's
currently
not
under
passed,
contract.
so he's saying those vendors, because right now we can't use those vendors on there. So based on that information, the vendors that are available to use, would they be able to do the work, I believe is the question.
No, my question, and I'm sorry, I may not have articulated it. We have a current CSMP contract. When does that expire?
Dr. Hepburn.
Ms. Andre, I don't know if you have that specific date for a current CSMP contract.
Good afternoon. Through the chair, this is the current CSMP contract that was awarded in March and goes until May of 2028. These are just the agreements before you today for the award that was made back in March.
Terrific. And so do we have vendors that can do the type of work that we would normally do under the CSMP, and for how long do we have them available to do work for us?
Dr. Hepburn.
Ms. Paul, I don't know if we have all of that information, or if you have it, Ms. Andreu, for besides the current CSMP contract, or do we have other vendors that are under contract?
No, these are the vendors that are under the CSMP
Right,
contract.
and I'm trying to get around to this, the answer to like a really, really like over the hedge kind of question. When do we run out of the ability to use these vendors? Is that today if we do not pass this agreement?
What's the end date for this particular ITP, the current ITP?
They're under agreement already, so when does that agreement run out?
That agreement is until May of 2028.
Terrific. So tell me what the impact of not passing this today is on our ability to do work in playgrounds and other places.
So I'm just trying to summarize what I think you're saying, Ms. Andrea, is that we awarded the funding for this, and we've negotiated all the agreements, correct? And so what we have before us are agreements. So if we don't pass these agreements, we won't have any vendors to do the work, because there's no agreements with any other vendors, because this is the CSMP. That's what, if I'm correct in summarizing that for you.
Correct. So the board already approved the 18 awardees as of March, and today you would be approving their agreements, which were finalized, for them to continue doing work with the district. If there's a question about the agreements or the awards, I would be more than happy to answer that.
I'm just trying to ask a really practical question. We have a CSMP contract that is doing work right now. Is that correct? Like,
Ms.
we
Paul?
ask people on the CSMP contract, right, even before we pass this agreement, to do work, and they can do work for us. They've been awarded a contract, and we can ask them to do work. Is that right?
Ms. Paul?
Let me see if I can answer this. So the people that are on this current CSMP, many of them prior to the authority that the board approved, or the agreement, or a previous agreement in March, we do business with them and have done business with them.
Okay.
So this is just a new CSMP to cover the next 3 years, I believe it is, to 2028. But yes, we currently do business with them, but this is the new agreement that was approved in March to continue to do business till 2028.
And what I'm curious about is, when does the prior CSMP contract, when does that expire? When can we no longer use those vendors to do work?
Ms. Andreu, do you have that?
There is no prior that was already expired, hence the March new awardee
Okay,
list.
so I think then that in a business sense, if they were awarded contracts in March before the previous contract and agreement were out, they could finish doing the work up until now. Is that correct?
That would,
This
I would
is-
want to ask legal. That's not my domain.
Ms. Shock Adams.
Can they do work without an agreement? Is that the question?
I'm just trying to understand the impact here because, waiting until December when we can learn a lot more about the allegations have been made about our solicitation and procurement agreement is a very wise thing if there's not a big impact. If there is a big impact, maybe we wait, and come back and reconsider this in the other direction next month. But what is the impact on our ability to do projects, small construction projects? That's what this is for, minor projects, MP, CSMP. What's our ability right now to do minor projects between now and our school board meeting in December that would be impacted by leaving this decision alone?
Through the chair.
Ms. Shock.
It appears as though, from what I hear factually, that there is no existing contract that exists. So if that is the case, then it is not advisable for a vendor to move forward with work without a contract.
Right. And I
So
appreciate the
unless-
legal perspective on that, but I need to know from our cabinet member who's responsible for construction, if we need to do some work right now with a minor project, do we have a contract vehicle by which we can reach out and get to people to get work done?
For a new minor project.
For a new minor project.
new minor project.
Do we have that ability right
Because
now?
I get what you're saying. We have people working
Do we
on
have a set of
existing-
vendors that we can go and contract with right now to do a minor project?
If there was a new minor project, do we have an agreement, existing agreement with a?
I'm not interested in the agreement part. I just want to know if we can take a minor project we need to do and award it to a vendor in order to get work done.
So I would say, I'm going to use Broward Estates, probably not, because the contractors on this CSMP are who we normally use to do projects. So even though that would be an example of a new project, to get done. So the answer would be no.
Okay, so to initiate a new project that's a minor project, we couldn't use this vehicle. And so I get that.
Not without an agreement. And these are the agreements.
No, I don't want there to be any caveats to this. I want to know black and white. If we have a minor project and we want to do it, we want to perform a minor project, do we have an ability to do that without the CMP agreements being passed today?
I am hearing a no.
I'm sorry, but I don't want to have any conditions on the answer. Either we can do it, we can get to a vendor and do it, or CSMP just has better vendors, or they're easier to get to. But if we have a Broward Estates-like project, minor project, can we get it under contract and do it today?
So the simple answer to your question is no. The caveat to your answer is that single vendor, without this vehicle, we will have to come to the board with an agreement for that vendor because of the dollar amount. So that's
okay. We have no vendors under contract in Broward County outside the CSMP to do work. Is that the case?
These are the vendors we use.
And these are the only vendors
we
we use?
if we had to do another solicitation to get another vendor to do Broward Estates, then you're adding additional time and additional money to
Terrific.
that.
I understand completely. Thank you very much, Chair.
Mrs. Bowman.
So this is something, we already passed this back in the spring, correct? So we already passed it, now it's coming back, and these are just the contracts that we're passing?
correct.
Okay. And all the contracts are expiring, we need to renew them? Is that the understanding? Okay. And I think we would benefit from continuing to have our buildings having work performed on them. I think that, and if it comes to our attention that there's something wrong with this procurement process, we have the termination clause in all these contracts.
Dr. Hepburn.
That'll be a question for legal.
Well, I mean, we're not like, this isn't coming out of the sky.
Do these contracts have the termination clause in them? terminate for convenience?
I'm going to ask the attorney that took a look at them to see if it has that, and then I'll be able to respond to that.
Okay. Can I go to Dr. Holness while we're waiting? Yep, sure. Dr. Holness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just want to make sure I have clarity. So Dr. Hepburn, in March, we approve, as far as I can recall, 17 vendors. And the contract that we have is from what time period to what time period?
Dr. Hepburn.
I just had that up. Just my apologies. It is from 36 months from today. So that would be 2028, November 2028, if I'm correct, Ms. Entry. Help me out here with the specific dates. What do you have?
This will be from now until May 19th, 2028. But
So-
there is a note on each of the agreements that states the board approved this on March 11th, 2025.
Correct.
And I'm sorry.
I'm so sorry. So we approved March 11th, and the contract starts when? May of this year? So it has already started?
I believe it's the exact terminology is at the beginning of the page 1 of the contract. And it says this agreement is an open-end agreement. So it's effective March 2025 from the date of the previous board approval.
Okay, so here's my question, Dr. Hepburn, because I'm a little confused. We approved this in March. It says the contracts that we're receiving today, they're effective since March, because that's when we approve it. So why do we need a second approval for receiving these contracts? And I just want to also mention, the only difference I see here is that we added an additional company. Is that what we're trying to approve? Because
No.
we added an 18th company versus 17.
No, let me clarify. So in March, we approved in this specific ITB, 17 vendors to be able to be funded through this ITB for work. After that approval, the staff has to go and create individual agreements with each vendor. In the midst of that, an 18th vendor was added as an additional vendor for this ITB, and also that agreement for that specific vendor also. So you're approving for all 18, the agreements with all 18 vendors. So you approved the funding for the ITB. Now you're approving the agreements that will work through.
Okay,
the
so that's
staff.
typically the process. The funding gets approved, but it appears that work has started since March, right? Because it says the contract is from March 2025 to 2028.
So correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Paul, if these vendors have started a project, prior to that, they're finishing out their project. It's if we have a new project, i.e. Broward Estates, we would have to have this in place to initiate a new one.
Right, but I'm a little confused because you said we approved the fund in March, and then the contract is from March 11, 2025 to 2028, I believe. So the contract and the work has already started, but we're receiving agreements months later. I'm just confused on the process.
The work for this specific ITB has not started.
Okay, so if we didn't have an 18th company, this would still come back to us?
Correct. Absolutely. It'll just say 17. But in the midst of that timeline, there is an identified 18th. And so that's being added. One is being added, but the agreements for all 18.
Okay, so if this is voted down today and it's not approved, then it negates what happened in March as well, correct?
No. You're voting down the agreements with these contractors. And so in a sense, it's just funding that's already been approved for the board.
So the funding is there, but
Yeah.
we're voting down all of the
Correct.
folks that
And
will
so
do
we
the
won't
work.
for new work to happen, this agreement needs to be in place. If it's voted down, we won't be able to initiate new work, or if there's an emergency situation, we won't be able to find the specific vendors we've used in the past.
Okay, so this is not about the money, because that was approved. This is about
Correct.
the vendors.
Correct.
Correct?
That is correct.
Okay, Mr. Severa.
Couple of things, Chair. First and foremost, and General Counsel can correct me if I'm wrong, but it does appear that there is a termination for convenience in all these agreements, all 18 of them.
Ms.
Yep.
Jacques Adams.
Through the chair, yes, that is correct.
Yes? Okay.
There is a termination with or without cause.
There's a, just want to make sure I'm very clear here. There is a termination for convenience in all, because that there's legal significance to that. Obviously, I don't have to tell you. There's a termination for convenience clause in all of these, all 18 of these agreements, and it looks like it's section 10.06 in all of them. Is that accurate?
That is correct. Section 10.06 entitled termination for convenience.
Okay, fantastic. So I think that answers a question that was asked by my colleague. There is a termination for convenience. I'm wondering, Dr. Zeman brought up issues with the procurement process when this was initially going through. I don't remember the article that you cited to, nor have I ever heard of it. But I guess twofold here. Number one, I'm wondering if Dr. Zeman would be kind enough to expand upon the procurement concerns that he had, and if there was a proposed investigation or inquiry that can be done between now and December to alleviate those concerns, just to make sure that all T's are crossed, all I's are dotted, and that nothing nefarious was going on during this process.
I'm happy to share some of it. You know, everybody can go read the article, and I'm sure there'll be more that comes out.
Can you cite to it, or at least give the
Florida Daily. Again, it's as far as I can tell, this is a blog post. It's not some mainstream media, but they have cited all the documents. This is credible. I'll just tell you that. My review of the documents confirms several of the things that they've done. And one of the things we all know is we told the superintendent to bring us the solicitation, and the superintendent did not. We know from reading the solicitation that it says the school board said we'd have 2 vendors. The school board did not. We know that there was an audit requirement of bidders that meant a very small number, maybe 10 nationwide, could have bid on this. And then the QSEC waived that requirement and said it was a technicality. And if anyone's ever worked in the proposal space and you say only 10 can bid and then you wipe that condition out so that, I mean, I said thousands, but it's at least hundreds of other companies that could have done this work would have bid on the work. Like, that's just no bueno. You don't do that. Like, unless you want to tell vendors that don't ever come to work in Broward County again, you don't do that. Is it legal, Ms. Adams? Sure, it's legal to do that. Is it wise? It is not wise. And so that's just the beginning of things. I'm pretty confident that the third vendor that was passed as minimally qualified was deceitful in their submission, and that they are not minimally qualified. We need an investigation. We need the chief auditor and the superintendent to look at this and to, come back and tell us everything that went on with this solicitation. But what really eats me up is this is the contract closest related to the grand jury removing 5 people from this board. For malfeasance and not paying attention to the construction during the SMART bond, 5 people got kicked off this board. This is a solicitation that the administration should have been very, very sensitive about, doing everything by the book and everything wise. And starting from the very beginning, not bringing that solicitation to the board was step 1. And that's what you asked for, it's what I asked for, and it never came here. And those are just the confirmable facts right now. But I would like the chief auditor and the superintendent to look at this and report back by December. There's going to be a lot of people looking at this going forward, and all early indications is there's definitely substance to the allegations that they're making.
I just would like to point out, though, where the items he's discussing is not this item. That's something that's coming to us in December. So I'd really like to focus, because we are coming in on the time. So the item for us is 0010. It failed. It was brought back to the board to discuss, but the article he's referring to does not.
Let me connect the dots, though, Chair.
Particular.
Let me connect the dots. This board's job is to make sure solicitations and procurement are done wisely, not just legally, wisely. And this is another award that was made as a result of this division doing solicitations. And I don't have confidence that it was done or anything has been done to my standards. I'll just say it that way. And I'm dying to get this investigation done so we can put this aside. But you know, the allegations are of the other solicitation can be confirmed, several of them easily. And therefore, I don't have confidence in going forward with solicitations in the construction space right now.
Chair, is this request an investigation, or I guess maybe
So
superintendent? Is this something that can be done between?
So
now
if I may, Mr. Severa, I'll work with the chief auditor, and I will send every document that we have to whatever investigator, because I know the team hasn't done anything nefarious. Number one. Number two.
Which, by the way, I wasn't suggesting.
Yes,
we're investigating to make sure that nothing nefarious happened.
Absolutely. I've read the same blog post that was referenced, and there's some inaccuracies in there. Nonetheless, when we see things like that, it raises our eyebrows, and we always take a thorough look whenever any board member brings concerns to us. We always take a thorough look. So we have no problem working with the chief auditor to see if we can come up with an expedited process to review, and I'll talk to the chief auditor and also general counsel about the item he's referring to that hasn't come to the board yet. We plan on bringing it to the board for a vote next month, so that I know how that plays into a review, which we're going to do our rounds with the board members anyway to make sure you understand the whole process before we bring it, because I know it's a sensitive topic, but yet a needed topic when it comes to improving our facilities and projects overall. But and so I'll leave it at that, Chair. We'll work with the chief auditor and do what we need to do.
And I have a quick question and just point of order. I'm not sure we voted on or directed any kind of investigation. So we're talking about an investigation, but that really didn't even come to us as a discussion. This item failed. That was what happened. Yep. So all of these other things that are happening are not related to this item. Although I understand how you're connecting the dots, but we're specifically bringing this particular item back. So I don't know how. I appreciate that you read an article and had concerns, but I don't think this board has directed you as a board to do any investigation unless I missed something.
No, I didn't hear a direct direction towards me yet.
Okay. Mrs. Alida.
Thank you. My question is to Dr. Hepburn on 0010. To the best of your knowledge, has 0010 met every policy that we have, procedure, ethically, and you are bringing this forward as a request?
Yes. The district has been doing work with these vendors for quite some time, so this has been renewed over the years. So yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Dr. Holness.
Okay, so Dr. Hepburn on 0010. So I guess, and I appreciate you answering my questions. So we have the funding, we approve the funding. Now what's in front of us is simply to approve the vendors who are going to do the work. Correct. So the funding aspect is out the way. That's not what we're focusing on, right?
That's correct.
So I'm not sure. I'm a little unclear because is there any specific concern by anyone with specific vendors that are here, with anyone in this list? Or?
No, there's no concern with anybody on this list. I know what Dr. Zeman is referring to, so I was just providing information on that. But as far as this item, this list, there's no contractors on this list with any concerns that we're aware of. This is simply approving this to have these agreements approved, so we know what vendors we have available moving forward for the amount of work that we have today.
Right, because I know we brought this item back, and I guess I thought some board members have concerns with specific vendors because the money is already passed and allocated for the job that needs to be done. So what we're voting on here is these 18 vendors, whether or not we want to approve them to do the work. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Chair, if nothing happens, where does this money go?
Dr. Hepburn.
Goes back into the reserves, as I assume. But there's other consequences of things falling apart and work not getting done. which we have a lot of old buildings with students and staff in them. And there's emergency work orders on a daily basis that our teams can't fulfill, and we utilize these vendors for such issues too.
Last and final comment, Mrs. Bowman.
So I guess we're weighing, I mean, I think that Dr. Zeman's bringing up a broader concern, but we are weighing whether or not we're going to have the ability to do the day-to-day work that we need to do on the buildings, and they are separate, and we do have the termination clauses if we find that there's some kind of problem with the procurement process moving forward with this. So I'll change my vote to support it.
We're going to take a
Madam Chair,
again.
you do have to, before they vote on the item, you have to vote to bring it back.
We did.
I don't believe there was a vote. There was just a motion and a second, but no vote.
Thought we voted on it, but okay. All those in favor of bringing the item back, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say no.
No.
Sorry for that. Okay. All those in favor, sorry. Oh.
I had one quick question, because I heard some ambiguity about whether or not these things would be investigated. I know the board did not give formal guidance or direction to the superintendent, but I'm hearing from one of my colleagues multiple colleagues, that they hope that these things are investigated, so that if we do need to terminate if something was done incorrectly. So I just want us to be clear about where we are with that before we vote.
Would you like to make a motion?
Sure. I'd like to make a motion to direct the superintendent to investigate allegations of nefariousness.
Point of order. We have a motion already on the floor, don't we?
No, we just have an item. We just have an item.
Yeah,
the item's on the table.
It's item
No
0010. We don't have a specific motion.
I'll reword my motion. I move to direct the superintendent to work with the chief auditor to do a thorough review of the procurement methods regarding this item, and the item that's been discussed today that's coming to us next month by December 9th.
Second.
Sorry, we're having discussion here. Any public comment on the motion? Board member discussion on the motion. Dr. Holness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Madam Chair, after voting on this motion, we're going back to the item to approve or not approve the item? Okay, thank you.
Yes. All those in favor of the...
Just a question. I guess my question is the timing, right? Because I'd like to see the investigation conclude with enough time to potentially bring this back if we're going to vote on it. Is it December 9th? No. What I'm suggesting, if it doesn't pass, okay, Ms. Leonardi's motion is to direct the superintendent to the investigation. So if it doesn't pass, if it stays the way it is, the investigation is done, and everybody is clear. I'd like the ability for this to be brought back in December in reliance on the investigation that the superintendent is going to do. So I want to make sure, for clarification purposes, if with Ms. Leonardi's motion, if the timing lines up, I want to have the investigative report back in time to potentially vote on this again in December if everybody, I hate to use the word, is cleared, but if everybody was on the level and everybody did what they were supposed to do. If this doesn't pass now, I want the ability to be able to vote back on it in December. So can I get clarification on the motion? Your investigation that you want concluded, are you asking the superintendent to have that done within enough time for this to potentially come back in December for our regular school board meeting?
I mean, I said December 9th. If that's not enough time to bring it back,
When's the meeting?
December 16, pending board vote on
And
the
just
board
to be
meetings next week.
clear on the motion, it's just to tie it to this item, because there's some concern that it doesn't tie to this item. It wasn't about something else. It is about...
Okay, regarding this item, 0010,
And-
direct the superintendent to do a review of this item 0010 with the chief auditor and legal by December 9th.
Did that motion, I think it was about the process.
No, I thought,
I mean, the allegations are about RFQ 26059.
Right, but we can't discuss that in 0010 because we're talking about 0010. So,
Well, hold on a sec. On what authority can we not make a motion about a procurement system that is directly related to the procurement system that was used for 0010, where the evidence comes from 26059? There is nothing that stops us from doing it. It's directly related.
Ms. Jacques Adams.
Currently, you're speaking to 0010, and you're in the middle of a motion with regards to 0010, and you stopped and made a separate motion with regards to investigation in general. So I had a question with regards to, a motion while another motion is at play, and then that second motion has to do with something that did not appear on its face to be related to 0010.
Terrific. To be more careful, I'm recommending to the maker of the motion that the 26059 is actually the thing that we wanted investigated, and because that's the same solicitation system in the same department of Broward County Public Schools, it does pertain directly to 0010.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed say no. Motion carries. Yes. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I'd like to investigate the one that we have evidence that warrants investigation. 010, I have no information about the procurement and solicitation around that, but we have lots of information about 26059.
But we're only on 0010. We need to finish 0010. We're on item 0010. So her motion centered around that. When we finish this, when we come to the other part, if you have something else, you can do that then. Okay, and we have to watch our time because we're almost at our 8 hours. All those in favor of item 0010 as amended, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no.
No.
Roll call.
Roll call on the item. School board members Thompson.
Yes.
Zeman.
No.
Al-Hadaf.
Yes.
Bowman.
Yes.
Severa. Hickson.
Yes.
Holness.
Yes.
Leonardi.
Yes.
Rupert.
No.
Item passes 6-3.
Thank you. Okay, we have cleared, I believe, all the items. So we have a public speaker, and we apologize for the delay. So if Cassandra Toussaint could come to the podium, and thank you for your patience. Can we stop the clock? She hasn't started yet. And reset it.
Hello, members of the board. My name is Cassandra Toussaint. I'm a proud graduate of a Broward County Public School, and I currently serve as the South Florida Organizing Coordinator for the Social Equity Through Education Alliance. I'm here speaking in regard to the redefining initiatives currently taking place across the county. After speaking with parents, students, and teachers directly impacted, there are some solutions they would like the board to consider before the School Boundary Advisory Committee votes on its recommendations to the school board on the 18th of November. I respectfully ask, would it be possible to delay the meeting on the 18th to allow community members additional time to meet with the board, have conversations with fellow stakeholders? I would also like to ask when the final vote regarding phase 2 of the redefining initiative is scheduled to take place, and has there been, because there has been a little confusion on when the final decision is being made. Lastly, I'd like to acknowledge that this is a very difficult time for our communities, and the board is doing their best to support families as they make tough decisions. But moving forward, please feel confident in going to the community when it comes to supporting our public schools. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and again, thank you for your patience. We now will hear from HR regarding the general counsel an update, and then just to remind the board, we had said at our last meeting that at this meeting we would get an update and then decide whether we were going to continue with the internal or if we wanted to move to an external. So once they give us an update, I will ask you for your input, and then we'll move forward from there.
All right. Good afternoon, school board members, superintendent. My name is Susan Rockman from the Talent Management Department, and we are going to give you an update today. So the ad has been posted since we left you back in October through Monday, 5 p.m. We have 8 candidates that have applied. Out of the 8 candidates, we have 6 that are qualified. So I'm going to give Angine Titer, the Director of Talent Acquisition, a moment. I want her to explain to you about the search that we did to obtain these candidates, and then we can answer any questions.
Good afternoon, school board members, Dr. Hepburn, community members, Angine Titer, Director of Talent Acquisition. Starting on October 21st, when we got the updated job description, we were able to post the position immediately later that evening. The position was posted, and we actually received our first applicant within 24 hours of posting. We then met with our marketing team to develop a comprehensive plan to market the position to individuals that would meet the qualifications in terms of the tenure and caliber of legal practice. With that, we developed a social media posting to target via LinkedIn individuals that would have the qualifications and may be interested in joining the BCPS team. We further identified all of the individuals, the 46 education law certified individuals, in addition to the 300 plus governmental certified employees that are barred in the state of Florida. And with our marketing team, developed a targeted email to address those individuals personally and to be sure that those emails reach those individuals in a timely manner. Our CRM, our communication was first sent a test, how are you email to ensure that when we sent the targeted communication, it would land with those 400 plus individuals. We were successful by the end of that week, right around October 24th, to make contact via email to all of those 400 plus individuals. Starting with the following Monday, we started personal calls to all of the education law certified individuals. We also sent our email campaign to all outside counsel that work with BCPS, Miami-Dade Public Schools, and Palm Beach Public Schools, because we wanted to target those attorneys that already have the experience of working with school board and dealing with all of the complexities of the work that we do here. So through targeted phone conversations, there were a small mini team of talent acquisition HR administrators that developed a comprehensive plan to make initial contact, and then if contact wasn't made, a follow-up email to change the messaging, and then a second phone call. We've tracked all of our human contact. Through those, we had conversations with attorneys that welcomed the opportunity, appreciated the initiation, and follow-up calls. Some declined, exploring the opportunity mostly because of the timing of the year, making a leap from whatever position they're in mid-year did not appeal to quite a few of the people that we spoke to. for all that we spoke to, we did get some additional leads on referrals of other attorneys that they thought might be interested in the opportunity. And so we had a very systematic way to follow up on leads and track all of our data. So we had quite a few conversations with attorneys that were interested and excited. Some of those individuals that we were able to make physical contact with and talk to were enticed enough, and some of them did actually apply, and there are a few of the 6 that qualify for the position. In addition, in our efforts to solicit and span as wide as far, we also connected with law school, alumni associations, and career offices at our local law schools to ensure that we got the message out to even more attorneys, because we wanted to bring a breadth of qualified individuals to the application process. So through that human contact, through our email campaign, we connected with a couple of hundred people. We were also able to track our CRM data to identify how many of the emails were opened, how many of the individuals actually went to our CRM page, and from there we also followed up on leads in that way. And so we really built in quite a short amount of time a comprehensive recruitment effort that brought qualified applicants to the application process. In addition, Mrs. Batista went to a conference last weekend, and we provided her with printed materials to share the recruitment efforts, because the ad was not going to close until the end of her conference, and she was able to bring that information to her conference and engage in individual conversations with attorneys that may have been interested. So the talent management and talent acquisition team really launched a comprehensive and detailed recruitment effort that led to 8 applications and 6 qualified individuals.
Thank you. And before we go further, I have to take a vote from the board to extend the time, because we have reached our 8-hour limit. So all those in favor of extending the time for no more than an hour, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. Motion carries. I'm sorry, you can continue. I just didn't want to.
Yeah, so that was, we wanted to bring to you a summary of the efforts that we've made to enhance these 8 candidates, and that we do have 6 candidates available that are qualified, and we wanted to get direction from you about if we should continue the process and moving forward. And our next steps would be to take it to the special school board meeting on November 18th for the board to review the resumes and then make some determinations on what you would want to do next. Hopefully from that group of 6 qualified candidates, you can then come up with a recommendation to decide if you want to move forward.
Okay, thank you so much for the update. Do I have any board discussion? Mr. Severa?
Thank you, Chair. First off, I want to commend my colleagues, Sarah Leonardi and our legal eagle on the board, Ms. Maura Borman, for sitting in and agreeing to join the legal search committee. We had a nice and productive meeting on Monday in which we went over all of these applications, and I was pleased with the ones that I read. I just do have one question, Chair, if I can. We reopened. What happened?
We did reopen it we extended the time frame for a day, and we had 1 additional candidate. So that brought you up to having 6 qualified candidates to consider.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And just to clarify, because when we left here last week, they were not actually going to meet until Friday, but time things worked out. So they did actually meet on Monday, but because we had made an agreement on a specific timeline, we're not really going to go over with them we're going to pretend like they're meeting on Friday so that we don't muck up what happened in terms of what we agreed to, and nobody says we switched up the timeline or anything. So today is really just about, are we going to go forward with the internal, or do we want to look for an external? And then that special school board meeting is when we will get their input and have the discussion as was agreed upon when we had this discussion last week. So I just want to clarify for everyone why they met, but we're not talking about it, because they really technically were not supposed to meet until Friday, because that's what was agreed upon. So
Yeah. So as the chair of the Legal Services Committee, I am a little bit frustrated and confused because, I know we had a discussion about the Legal Services Committee meeting and reviewing the applications and everything. And due to people's schedules, we did meet Monday. I was told by staff that that was okay. I know that staff also spoke with our legal counsel and said it was okay that we met on Monday. So I guess we met on Monday. We did a lot of work. I'm very grateful to my colleagues for the work that we put in. So I'm wondering, if we're pretending like we did not meet on Monday, which we did, and it was a recorded meeting, and we're pretending that we're meeting on Friday, which we're not. What is the goal of what were we looking to see with the outcome of the meeting? Because we reviewed the applications, and we came up with some recommendations and a timeline and a process. So would you like that to be presented next week?
Right, and I guess pretending isn't the right word. And when it was presented, when staff called to say, is it okay if you meet on the 10th? I mean, obviously, if that was the only day that you could meet, but we as the board couldn't, there was no way to inform the rest of us. So what you did is still valuable. The fact that you did it on Monday and not Friday doesn't change what's coming to us. And the whole agreement was it would come to us at a special school board meeting on the 18th. So that's still the intention. It wasn't that you did work for no reason. But today, what we had agreed upon was that we would just get an update on how many people applied and decide as a board, was that a number we were satisfied with, or did we want to go to an external? Because remember, you met on Monday, there was a holiday yesterday, there would have been not enough time for us to get the information and review it to have that discussion today, which is why we're having a special school board meeting next week. So I know time-wise, and there's no problem that you met on Monday, but just based on the timeline we made as a board, we're not changing the timeline, I guess is what I'm trying to say. So I shouldn't have said pretend, excuse me for that. So Dr. Holness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just have a couple of questions. I heard a comment saying we reopened and got an additional candidate who qualified. Was there a closed date and then the process was reopened for this one person? I mean, the comment was made, so I just want to get clarification on that.
Ms. Parente.
Rockelman. If I may, if the application window was open for anyone who wanted to submit an application.
Can I?
Okay, but I heard reopen, right, assuming that there was a closed.
Can I elaborate on that?
Yeah. Mm.
So we were informed that a candidate had reached out to our HR team because they were having some technical difficulties. So as a committee, we agreed to reopen it for 24 hours for any additional applicants. And I know I reached out to someone to apply. They didn't, but it wasn't like a secret window of time that no one except that one individual knew. So we opened it up for a whole 24 hours.
Got it. And thank you, Board Member Leonardi. I can't recall, but as a board, did we set a specific time to which we receive applicants, or was this delegated to the committee?
Mrs. Rockelman, I can't remember either.
It was Sunday at midnight was the original deadline date.
But was that set by the committee or was that set by the board? I just can't recall what transpired.
It was not set by the committee.
That was set as we discussed at the last meeting on the time for posting and when you wanted to give us back, when you wanted to hear a report on today. So that decision was made at the last time we met.
Okay, and the additional applicant came after Sunday?
Yes.
Okay, and the committee agreed to have that reopen. Okay, I just want to understand. And also, Madam Chair, I I understand that we're just deciding whether or not we're moving ahead with the 6, or we're going to have a different process. But is there any way, well, in order to move ahead, right, I think as a board and as an individual board member, you want to know that the 6 is sort of, you don't have to go into details, but are these beyond, are they excellent individuals who fulfill the minimum and parts of the preferred requirements, so we can kind of be confident that we're moving ahead in this way without necessarily being too thorough?
You're welcome to ask any questions.
Okay, so, but I know you gave some guidelines, so I just didn't want to go beyond the item. So I just want to find out, these individuals, can someone provide who, I guess the committee, oh, okay, Board Member Leonardi.
Yeah, so I mean, I think we had the opportunity to look at the resumes. We actually had the names were redacted, so we were kind of doing like an anonymous review, and the committee felt comfortable moving forward. We felt like the caliber of candidates that we had were of quality, of a high quality, and we felt comfortable moving forward. We didn't feel, I don't want to speak for my colleagues, but that was the consensus, that we didn't feel like we would have to go back out.
Got it. And do you feel that they went above and beyond the minimum requirement, the ones that you've seen?
Yes.
Okay, good.
I don't know if my colleagues want to.
If memory serves correct, we were served with 5 at the time, right, that had actually met the qualifications. With the exception of 1, I think the 3 of us were all on the same page as to the top 3. So, I mean, it wasn't like, you know, one of us was over here, one of us was over here. I mean, we were all pretty much, we had all agreed that the ones that are moving forward were high caliber applicants.
I agree with that assessment. And I think, you know, I guess the question that we have right now is whether or not we want to go to a headhunter, for lack of a better word. But I think that we have enough to work with now that we don't need to do that. And thank you to our HR department, because I think they did a really good job bringing people to us in a very short period of time. So thank you, guys.
Yes, thank you. So is there anyone, Mrs. Ru-
I guess we'll probably get it out today, but I wanted to see if any internal people had applied.
Yes.
Yes, one internal candidate has applied.
Okay, so have we made the decision yet that if we're going to do an interim, or is that at next week's meeting?
That's all next week.
Okay, I'm good, thanks.
Okay. Is there anybody who wants to discuss looking at an external firm, or everybody's okay with moving forward? So we'll move forward with the special school board meeting with the rest of the details as was agreed. Thank you so much. Dr.
I would just
Lozano.
like the chair of the Legal Services Committee to kind of put out tentative dates, because you're very important people, and we kind of talked through some dates. So I would at
Can you
least
put the
like-
mic up closer?
Sorry about that. I just want, as soon as possible, if our Legal Service Committee chair could share the tentative dates to make sure that as you plan as board members, you would be available. So if that's the one piece she could kind of share, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, so based on the discussion that we had as a committee, we were hoping to move forward with 3 candidates. I believe, well, the plan was originally today, had everyone been provided the information. So I suppose next week we were hoping to move forward with 3 candidates to interview, with interviews being done the week of December 8th. And that we had outlined a whole interview process involving very similar to a superintendent search that we had done in the past, with questions being submitted to Ms. Rockelman by December 1st. So we would likely have to schedule, I don't know, a special school board meeting for the week of December 8th as well. But just so everyone is prepared for that.
Okay. Does that answer your question? Okay, great.
Chair.
Thank you. Yep.
On this topic.
Okay.
Thank you. I would recommend, as a board member, that we use a revised version of the superintendent search. You know, the public input, the advisory committee input, I would say is less valuable. than the 9 people sitting here making sure they do a thorough interview and meeting the candidates alike. So I'm just putting out my preference that speed is also important, speed to getting an offer out and then going through the process of accepting and negotiating and all that to get somebody as soon as possible after Ms. Batista's gone. And the speed and just kind of this idea that we need to hire a lawyer that works for us is kind of a high priority to me.
Mrs. Lee?
Yeah, sorry, I should have been more specific. So the interview process that we would recommend is doing a day of one-on-one interviews with the candidates, and then a day of, or not a day, but we would have a public interview with the board and the candidates. We did not plan on recommending doing anything additional to that.
Thank you for that clarification. Okay. At this time, do any of my colleagues have any update or student successes to bring forth to the superintendent for consideration? Mrs. Leonardi.
Thank you. I wanted to flag something that we got counsel on earlier regarding an issue that Dr. Zeman was discussing. In the past, we were given counsel that it was okay to fire a superintendent based on an audit item. So I do hope that in the future our counsel is consistent in what we are allowed to do pertaining to certain items, because that was extremely tangential at the time, I thought. So I wanted to flag that and be mindful that we need to be consistent in the counsel that we get with those items. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Alhada.
Yes, I have 2 things. One is I would like to see HH1 and HH2 be brought back to the special school board meeting. I know that some of the board members made some suggestions to possibly that item, and I think that it's really important that we value our employees and we make a better decision moving forward. So I would like to see that at the next special school board meeting.
That's up to the superintendent.
Next week, that's the special school board meeting?
Yes.
Okay.
You mentioned with changes.
Well, right. So the board, there was some board members that wanted to see some changes on it. I was fine with the item, but so I would like to, though, see it come back in a timely manner next week.
And if it's helpful to that cause, Mr. Superintendent, I voted it down, and so that may help. What I would love to see, if it's possible next week, is for them to bring options, so that we can figure out a way to get the capability that we need. If we're not going to pay the extra money, what are the other things that we might do to get this critical capability in that office?
So let me ask General Counsel, the item was voted down. It has to be someone who was on the prevailing side that asked for it to come back. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Wait.
Well, I think you have to formally, you have to do a motion.
You have to formally, and then state that you were on the prevailing side.
Okay, sure. I will restate that I was on the prevailing side, and I would like to bring this item back next week. And the ability to do that is really dependent on the staff bringing us options to create the capability that we need, not just come back with more data about salary. Thank you.
HH1 and HH2.
Is there a second? Okay.
I think it would be helpful, based on what our workers' comp leader was saying, that my understanding is that we took this in-house like about 10 years ago, and they're trying to change some of these things now. I think it might be helpful to see what kind of money we're saving having it in-house to, and compare that against a $20,000 raise or, $60,000 or whatever it is. So you have so that you can see why perhaps it's not that big of a deal to give the raise that they're giving because we were paying more before. I think that would be helpful to make the argument if we want to pass this.
Dr. Hepburn.
Thank you.
I'm making a note of bringing it back and some of the information I'm hearing.
Thanks.
Yes.
Ms. Thompson.
Oh, no, I'm good.
Dr. Holman.
Wait, I had one more thing.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Was that on her?
No. Okay, so.
I thought we were done, so you go.
Okay, sorry, one more item to bring up. Today, we had all of our union groups come together. It was the first time that I have seen Ms. Maxwell and Ms. Fusco in the last 7 years uniting together and on this resolution. So I think it would behoove us to listen to them, take this very seriously, and I would request if the superintendent can meet with all the union groups to discuss this resolution and come back to the board with a memo and, you know, a better understanding on how we are going to move forward collaboratively.
Noted.
Okay. Ms. Thompson?
Thank you, Chair. I just had a question, especially, and just to remind everyone that the Redefining Town Hall is tomorrow at 6 p.m. If you're able to attend, I'd highly encourage it. It's going to be a blast. But I had a question because one of the proposals coming from the community is to make Glades the K through 8 instead of some of the elementary school options. And my understanding was that there is some state statute or a policy in place that we legally are required to have bathrooms in every single classroom in an elementary school. And I just want very clear communication because I've been called a liar about this, and I can't personally find it in state statute that it requires a bathroom in the classroom. There's a requirement of a bathroom under the same roof, but I would like citations and in very clear detail on what's required.
So you are correct, Ms. Thompson, that for K through 2, there's a requirement for a bathroom in the classroom, directly inside the classroom for K through 2. That's FRAF. Yeah, so we will find. Yes, I was going to just say that the team will find that information and send it to you and the rest of the board, just so you have it in hand for anybody who wants to call you a liar. You're right.
Thank you. I will also be requesting a follow-up on how much it costs to put bathrooms in K through 2. Thank you.
Chair, before you go further, did we vote on the motion about HH1 and HH2?
I don't know if we had to vote on it. You asked to bring it back.
It requires a majority vote to bring it back. I can't just ask for it. As powerful as I'd love to be, that's just not the power that I have.
So to repeat, so this morning, did you vote to table it to the next meeting or?
No, that wasn't this one.
We voted it down.
Oh, you voted it down.
So now we voted it.
So in order to bring it back in the same meeting, the person from the prevailing side, motions, and then on a majority. And so now that's
sorry.
And just to be clear, we're not bringing it back today, so we're just bringing it back next week.
Okay.
So it's not. I'm not sure the prevailing side even mattered necessarily. What we're suggesting to the superintendent is he bring this back, which he could have done on his own. He can bring back HH1 47 times and see if the wrong people show up and get it passed. That's within his purview. But what we're asking is to bring it back next week, not in the same meeting.
Through the chair, it was good that you made it today, because had you not done it, then you probably would have needed a 2/3 vote rather than a majority vote the next time. So in the next meeting, you stated today that you were going to bring it to the next meeting, so you won't need a 2/3 vote. You can approve it on majority.
Thank you.
I apologize for skipping the vote. All those in favor of bringing back HH1 and HH2 to the special school board meeting on the 18th, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say no. No. It's 2 noes.
Who are the 2 no's? Okay, we got it.
Okay, thank you.
Rupert and
Dr. Holness?
Good. Thank you, Madam Chair. So congratulations to all schools honored as 2025 Florida Positive Behavioral Interventions and Support Schools. And special recognition goes to Oriole, Rock Island Village, and Lauderdale Lakes for their exceptional efforts. And secondly, Madam Chair, I'd like to thank everyone in this county who's been supporting the hurricane relief effort in Jamaica, Haiti, parts of Bahamas, and so on. And he doesn't know that I'm doing this, but I'd also like to have a huge thumbs up to my son Matthew, who took his day off yesterday to fly to Jamaica with Barrington Irvin on a hurricane relief flight to unload trucks and help folks in Jamaica. So, and he came back last night. So proud of him.
Excellent. And you took one of mine. So there's 23 schools that were recognized as Florida Model Schools for Positive Behavior. So congratulations and thank you for that. Also want to congratulate Alex Ivanoff. He is the first state record holder in history for South Broward High School. He has his 100-meter breaststroke time is now a state record, so congratulations to him. And congratulations. I know how exciting, right? I was the swim coach, so I love that. Congratulations to MSD and Monarch for winning the state championship for the band competition. I think it was a week ago. So congratulations to all of them. All right. The scheduled order of
Madam
business.
Chair?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Staff did want to solidify the dates for General Counsel for the week of the 8th. There's a workshop on the 9th, so they're recommending December 10th for the one-on-ones with the board members and the December 11th special school board meeting.
What was the other one? December.
The 9th is already a scheduled workshop. That's pretty full. So December 10th would be one-on-ones with the candidates and the board members, and December 11th would be the special school board meeting.
That's my birthday. Yes.
We'll make sure to bring a cake.
Okay, we'll have to, can we get back about the specials? Because everybody will have to check their calendar.
Of course.
So we'll have Jessica reach out and see
And
who's
Chair,
available for
I
this.
already know that I'm a no on the 11th, but if you could give us like 3 options, and let's just see, if we can get 9 and any one of those, that might be better than just making one day and then we have to go through cycles.
And a specific time. would
Okay,
be
because
helpful.
the one-on-ones and the special should be next to each other due to the candidates having to be here in person.
Okay, so let's go backwards then, figure out when we can do the special and then.
Go back from there.
Yes.
The
Yes, ma'am.
candidates will make it.
If they want the job, I bet they will.
Okay, thank you. The scheduled order of business for this regular school board meeting of the School Board of Broward County, Florida has been completed. Seeing no obligation, I now adjourn the meeting. And don't forget, we have a special school board meeting next week after our organizational meeting. And have a great night.